Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Hotel Orloff. It's a beautiful Saturday, the 29th, I believe, of March 2025. In the year of our Lord. It's a beautiful day, but got nice and warm today. The problem is the air conditioner's not working, so. But it's going to get cooler tomorrow. So, but it's probably just one of those gosh darn first Leganer capacitors that could be, but yeah. Oh well. It's not a major crisis, just a little uncomfortable. Well, tonight we're going to have some special guests. It's going to be a pretty extraordinary episode. It's not very often that I go live on a Saturday night. Because I usually spend Saturday night with my wife, but my wife has gone off on an adventure to see a concert with an old friend of hers that she's known for years. A wonderful girl that she hung out with for years. I guess she'd been in Florida, so they're meeting in another state to see a concert. So I dropped her off a few hours ago, and then I thought I'd come on and hang out with you fellers for a little while. So, listening to music, um, just having a swell old time. But my wife will probably appear on this show tonight from um, the other state that she's in. And Kevin, the owner of Gotham City Comics, is going to a party tonight that he's going to come in and broadcast from. But it's not just any party. We'll find out about that in a couple hours. That'll be a wonderful surprise for those of you watching. Yes, Dave. Skip Savage says, "Good evening, Dr. Gratu." Meyer says, "Hello, friend." Yes, dear friends, we're just having a marvelous time tonight. So it's 1, 2, 3. That's 5 of us here. Oh, there's a human in the wings. I see a red dot. Who could it be? Meyer Greenblatt. Ed.
Hello, friend.
Oh, how are you doing?
Hello. Hey, we used to live in this apartment complex for a short time when my kids were pretty little, like probably like 7 and 5. And there was this neighbor kid that was like 3 or 4, and he pushed around. And this complex had like a walkway, and all the apartments were like separate, like more like condos, and the sidewalk would go right up to your front door. So this kid would like push around on this like little tricycle all the time. and he didn't know my kids' names, but he would come to the front door where there's a screen door right into the living room, and he'd stand at the screen door and he'd go, "Hello, friend," like that. And then so that became like a running joke with me and my kids. It's like that's why I said hello, friend, because we say that to each other sometimes in that kid's voice still to this day, joking about that little kid that would come to the door and stand at the screen door quietly until you noticed him, and then he would go, "Hello, friend," like that. Like, will you? Yeah, hello, friend. Yeah, yeah. So yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway,
And what good are names? We didn't choose our names. These are names we were born with. Hotel Orloff. That's you know, because perhaps that child knew your children in a past life, and he just knew that they were friends. They knew each other in a past life, and
he did. Yeah,
names are inconsequential, right, dear friends?
that's what it was. It was it's a really formal and appropriate greeting for like a 4 year old. It was good. It was.
Yeah, it's probably a kid that was being brought up by grandparents. And sometimes kids being brought up by grandparents are exhibit traits from previous generations and manners that have been lost to time. Oh my God. Uh,
Yeah. Hello, friend.
Let me see if I have gotten any text messages that I didn't hear coming through.
Hello, everybody.
Oh, okay, yeah. I'll only hold on a second. How do I get back? Well, the only text messages I have are from you. I was trying to see if my wife has arrived in
What time does
Arizona.
she be arriving soon?
So, what is going on with all eight of you out there in television land? Um, I was playing this jukebox really loudly, which is something I don't normally do when my wife's here because that would create the floor would to vibrate. But anyway, that's something I was doing.
What were you playing in particular? What music were you listening to?
Well, you see what it is all of I got this jukebox years ago, and all every CD in here is a mix CD that I put together. So there was no particular genre. It was just all kinds of music mixed up. So it might be Burgess Meredith singing a song as the Penguin, followed by Jane Mansfield singing. There's just all kinds of stuff. So it's yeah, it's there's no it's see this the well what was I listening the genre that I always listen to, which is a mixture of all the stuff I like, which
And
so
that's the jukebox that plays your 45s that you put in there. Those are all your
well
40.
what it are what it be
What it are?
what
What it are?
these are it's a CD jukebox. It's made by Rockola to kind of look like a 50s jukebox, but these aren't
Oh,
45 RPM records. These are actually recordable CDs that I put in there. I used and uh,
okay.
so that was all done.
But you do have
2006.
functioning jukeboxes that still use 45s and then like load them and drop them in and everything.
Well, the other jukeboxes I have are used 45s. That's the only one I have that's a CD jukebox. But
Okay.
since it's made to look like an old jukebox, and because I can program in music that was never put out on 45 or that I could never afford to get on
That's the
45,
most functional one that makes the most sense to
so
use.
yeah, I probably haven't played that
It looks
jukebox in
good.
over a year.
The lights and the colors look really good. You know what I mean? Like you're saying, like it was made to look like aesthetically like an old jukebox.
Yeah, I'm trying to organize, and so now this room looks larger because I moved this red couch over there, and I'm gradually organizing, and I'm going to be moving a lot of things around this weekend that I normally would shy around doing, or because I don't want to you know wake up or disturb my wife. So I wanted to come back and see like unbelievable changes. So that'll be done tomorrow. Right now I'm just trying to. Tomorrow it'll be cooler. Right now I'm just trying to. It's still a little hot in the house because the air conditioning's not working. But oh my gosh. So I talked to Kevin, and Kevin has um, I'm the last one to pay because I can't pay till Sunday at midnight with that sale. You know that we bought all that stuff from Mike, but he sold a couple $100 of stuff to people today in the store. So he's going to have like $1,200 or more for him. You know, once. What are these
Especially,
humans saying here? Friar Tuck, are you drinking a Hams gratu? Yes, I'm drinking
oh,
a Hams.
is that the
Friar
sky
Tuck.
blue water? Was the hams
It's from the
the
land of sky blue water. Exactly.
sky blue water? Yes. That cartoon bear was great, right? Wasn't that
Yeah,
cartoon bear?
Hams may not be the best beer, but it had a wonderful advertising campaign
Mhm.
in the 50s and 60s that
From
kind
the
of
land
seemed
of
like it
sky
was
blue
being marketed.
water
Oh, yeah, it was great. And
comes
then
the
they had
beer
all,
that's fresh. Hams, the beer that's fresh and cold. Something
yeah,
like
yeah.
that. Yeah.
And some of the commercials, like you're saying, seemed like they were being marketed to little kids. They had
Hmm.
cartoon bears.
Yeah, I
But
remember who it
they
was.
had the best signs, you know, like people argue, you know, Coca-Cola had the best signs classically, you know, but Hams, in my opinion, they had these motion signs, and then you would see the twinkling stars, and then all of a sudden the stars would change into a whole bunch of like champagne or glasses that were filled with beer, you know. Then the stars would twinkle, and then it would turn into hams across the sky, and just wonderful. Yeah, those are big dollar signs, those ham signs. And no, I
Cool.
just picked this up because plus it's got a wonderful design. It's looks like the classic design,
It does. Brand recognition and a classic packaging that like
and,
that. Yeah, I would
and
buy it.
I'm no connoisseur. So I used to buy 6 pint cans in my area on weekends. It's since disappeared though. Yeah, they started selling it back in Texas, and
Hmm.
I'd always collected the memorabilia of hams, but it's like, holy smoke, they still make hams, and it was there at my local supermarket. And I don't know, I never even looked at the aisle. I just picked some up today just because I want to cool off because the house is, it's not boiling hot, but it's, you know, I'd like a little more coolness in the house.
I think
Um,
Hamm's is really good solid beer as far as taste goes. It doesn't have a bad aftertaste. It's real light. It's a lot like Olympia. I used
yeah,
to I used to go to this bar on Haight Street, this dive bar that I think it's closed. It was called the Gold Cane, and it was a really old Haight Street bar with
uh,
old people in it, like during the daytime, a lot of daytime drinkers. And there was this woman there that was a regular that I saw her ordering Oli on ice. That's what she asked from the bartender. And he got a regular can of Olympia, an old like style gold can of Olympia, and poured it into a glass of chipped ice for her and set it on the bar. And it was like $3 or something like that. And I was like, that's interesting. And so then I saw her again, same order. So I was like, I'm going to try the Oli on ice, and it was an ingenious order because you can drink it all day. It's light, super light beer cut with water that you can just for $3 you can just drink it all day. Oli on ice, Oli on ice. It's a great daytime drink, very refreshing. Something to drink after you mow the lawn, or maybe finish making a birdhouse.
what,
Or just drink
what?
all day. If you're an old woman and wearing 3 overcoats and walking with a cane, it's something that you can respectfully drink all day.
Hey, what time is it where you're at? 5, 6?
6:15,
Is so it's Kevin is now basically your time.
same
So
exact
he's
time.
he's closed the
He just
store and
finished
he's
closing the
traveling to
shop.
that
He's
party
closing the
probably.
shop. He's going home. He's going to probably feed the dogs, power up, get something to eat, and then go to the party, presumably.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
7:30, 8, maybe, or 9. I don't know what time he said. I
Right.
forget.
Well, yeah. So we'll see. And I guess if my wife texts me, I'll see a message at the top
And
of the
I think I
screen.
have beer in the fridge. It's not as good as the beer that you have. I have, yeah, I have
This is
Keystone Light. And then what I do is I mix the Keystone Light with the, I'll show you how to do it on my door right here. I have Keystone Light, and then I make it into a Bloody Mary with V8 and salt and pepper and hot sauce. And that's it. That's
oh
what I'll do.
man, I need you here as a
We
chef,
call it an
a
Oki Mary.
bartender.
Over here, we call that an Oki Mary.
Boy, Friar Tuck turns out to be this big beer expert. I used to, I
Oh,
was
what
gonna
did you
say, I
say?
used to have this friend Ryan, but I have this friend Ryan. I don't think it's a used to. It's just I haven't talked to him in years. I mean, I've called, but you know, uh, like every New Year's Happy New Year, I don't get a response. But so maybe, anyway, uh, back in high school, he and his friend were like the real life Beavis and Butthead, and they'd sit there and watch television and chortle and they were exactly like Beavis and Butthead. But I remember he had a subscription to a magazine called All About Beer, and so somewhere I've got he gave me a copy of it. I've got that. I just always thought that was hilarious that there was a magazine called All About Beer. I don't know why I thought that was funny. Um, Kind of like some magazines, just their very concept is amusing, like Soldier of Fortune magazine. I just
Yeah, yeah,
that's
we've
on a
read.
newsstand at Walden Books. It's funny to me. I picked up the one with Rambo on the cover when Rambo First Blood Part Two whatever came out, and it's just like wow, I can't believe this magazine exists. It's
I had a subscription for a couple of years when I was in the Army. It was real common in the
yeah
barracks everywhere. Yeah, and I had a subscription just so that I would have my own copy that wouldn't, because there would be regular copies floating around and stuff per usual.
yeah
You remember a beer? Did you ever drink a beer before called Lucky Lager? It was the beer that had a twist off bottle cap, and on the inside of the bottle cap was one of those concentration puzzles, like from the TV show Concentration, like an eyeball plus an awl plus a horse's butt, an arrow, and then and you know what I mean? Like it was a
yeah.
phrase or something. You had to solve a puzzle inside of each bottle of beer cap. You know what I'm talking about?
I
You ever
don't
heard of it?
think I ever. I
Okay,
don't know.
so
I don't. It's
somebody in the
not
chat might
something.
know what I'm talking about. So this beer was called Lucky Lager,
I know
and
the
in
name, but I've
and
never
in the
know that.
80s, it was like a low tier bottom shelf beer that you could buy like a 12 pack for like $4.99 or something, and it came 12 pack of bottles. Each bottle cap had this puzzle inside of it, and as you got progressively drunker, the puzzles became more and more difficult to solve, even though most of them were very simple. And sometimes it might be like Gone with the Wind, or it might be like uh, Return to Sender, or it could be anything. It could be anything.
Yeah.
You would know what it would be. But the first time I drank this beer, I was in high school, and it was 11th grade. So it was 11th grade. I'm going to this continuation high school. We used to call it Burnout High, where everybody there is like a reject for some reason or another. It's not all associated with drugs, but it's everybody that's there has been rejected from a school in the area, right? And sometimes they're like prep schools and like stuff like me. I like just didn't want to do the work, so I got kicked to this kind of reject school. But I met this kid named Mike there. It ended up becoming a really good friend of mine. But the first day that I met Mike, this was like a super easy school purposefully. Like the hours were like 10 a.m. to 2 o'clock, and it was all fill-in sheets. Like it was like sixth grade level. They made it super easy and everything. So we're just sitting there. It was really easy, And so I meet this kid, Mike, and so after school, he's like, "Hey man, you got any money? How much money you got?" I'm like, "I got like $2 or $3." And he goes, "Hey, let's go to Ron's Liquors and let's get a 12-pack of beer. I'm like, okay. So this kid Mike was one of these kids that like in 10th or 11th grade looked like a full-grown adult. You remember how like in 1980 a 16-year-old could go and buy beer? So that's what this guy Mike was completely able to do. At like 2 p.m, right out of school, go right in with $5 and buy a 12-pack. So we go and we sit in this park, in this little park in Pacific Grove, California, where the story is taking place in about 1981 or 1982. And we just sat there all afternoon. And, for like an hour, maybe 2 hours or maybe 3 hours, I forget, because I got drunk, just drinking this beer for the first time and doing these puzzles and laughing and laughing. And it was just an outstanding time. We ended up being friends for life. I don't know what happened to Mike. His parents were from Germany and like were immigrants to America from Germany, and they ran a like specialty restaurant that was called Edelweiss after that flour. Yeah, and it was a real high class place. This town was a real ritzy place. And it was a real high. He came from a nice family, in other words, but he was like already like a heavy drinker in 10th or 11th grade.
Mm.
Yeah, I think I drank 4 beers and he drank 8, probably something like that. Because I'm a light drinker, even when I was a kid.
Yeah, August Ascetic says, as far as beer cans, I saw a YouTube video of those who collect vintage beer cans. Those can be very pricey. I wonder if there's a price guide for those vintage cans. Yeah, I'm sure there is.
Yeah, there probably is.
There's a little store about I could walk to it in about a minute. Few, it's right down the street, and they have all these old beer cans for sale. Someone collected them. She sells them for $2 or $3. And every so often I'll pick one up and use it as this is the sponsor of tonight's episode. But
That's
there's
cool.
some brand that they all have these paintings on them of wildlife scenes, and they have a whole stack of them. It looks kind of, one of them's got somebody surfing. I don't remember what it's called. It seems like all blue cans. They're
Do you have a can of Billy beer? Do you have a can of Billy beer in your
no,
collection?
I'm not. This is some I haven't. No, I don't.
I remember like that was a couple of my uncles and my cousin's beer right at that time. There was Billy beer up on the shelf, behind the bar. They would save stuff. And I remember for a long time that Billy might have been a 6-pack of Billy beer up on the shelf at like the Foursome Club at my cousin's old bar.
Well, it's amusing until everyone forgets Jimmy Carter, and then the amusing thing of his brother is it means nothing because no one even
Yeah,
remembers
absolutely
President Carter.
nothing.
But at the
It's
time that
like
he was president, I guess it was funny. I suppose they said it was supposed to be funny. I mean, Hunter Biden never got a beer named after him. That's quite kind of a tragedy, isn't it? Imagine
Hunter
Hunter
Biden.
beer.
Hmm. What would it be
Uh,
called? I don't know. It's tiresome.
so apparently I'm the last one to pay in the sale we've been doing the last few days. I'm paying tomorrow, Sunday night at midnight is when I get paid. So then apparently I think there'll be like $1,200 to distribute to, and there may be more because I think someone's coming in. They may just buy up all the rest of it. So it's
Oh, that'd be cool.
it.
That's cool.
Uh, Someone came in today, bought up all the rest of the Big Little books, bought the
Oh,
Snow White and the Seven Dwarves little things.
yeah. I called him and he said they're already gone. When I
Yeah,
called him, I said,
well, yeah, yeah, and there was
That's great. That's great that all that stuff sold like that.
oh, he bought the Tom Corbett Space Cadet lunchbox with the thermos. That's gone.
Mhm.
Um, I was tempted on that, but the lunchbox was a little. It was still cool, but it was a little. I wish it was. And the thermos I already have, and I have one with the cap. Really, the thermos is the spectacular part of that kit.
Mhm.
If they had been able to put that image that's on the thermos on the box instead of a little sticker, it would have been more. But that was just the way lunchboxes were. That was very early '50s. But anyway, so that'll be great for Mike to have a little bit of pocket change. and
Yeah.
we wanted it to go to us because he enjoyed the show and he wanted it. He couldn't take it with him to Thailand. He said, "Well," so that was good. I think
Well,
we
you
all
know what
came
I'm
through.
excited about that I after I got off the phone with Kevin today, and then I messaged Simon to let him know that, hey, I just got off the phone with Kevin, and there's this box of stuff coming like next week or so. And I was remembering what was in it and telling him about it, and then I remembered that Ricochet rabbit puppet, which I think is really cool, and so I sent him a picture of the exact same puppet, that I found on Google Image. I'm like, and I found this, and in that box is going to be this Ricochet rabbit puppet that cured my depression. Because I mean, I completely forgot about it until I was telling him about it, and then I was like, "Oh shit, I forgot about that Ricochet rabbit puppet." All of a sudden, I'm happy again, because the smallest of simplest of things, it's well, anyway. What's going on here?
I don't know. I'm just busting chops, but you guys remember terms they used to refer to people who didn't pay their bills. I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't know what you're talking about.
No,
Who's that?
I told Mike the first night I wouldn't be able to pay to the last day of the month, and if that's what you're referring to, I don't know.
No, I don't know. I've never
Just
heard that.
everyone. I was just saying everybody paid quickly, and that's great. I wasn't trying to. I'm not.
What's the term? I don't know what it is.
Yeah, I don't know. What is? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, tell us what the term is.
Yeah, I don't know what the term is.
So
What it is.
terms from the 40s or 30s movies. A deadbeat? I don't know.
What is it? Would it be a deadbeat or
I don't
a
know. You
welcher?
tell.
Is that a person who welches on a bet? Is that it? That's something different.
Goldbreaker skinflint. Oh yeah, I don't know.
Oh, I don't know
Yeah,
though.
yeah.
I've
Well,
heard of it, but I didn't know that's what skinflint meant or gold brickers.
well, I knew skinflint was someone that was cheap, and Goldbrick I thought was someone that wouldn't do what they're supposed to do. That was a lazy person. It's like good offer.
Yeah, I thought
That's
a
from the
gold
old war
bricker was like
comics.
a
You
federal
Goldbrick,
employee.
the sergeant would call someone a Goldbrick.
Yeah, I thought a gold bricker was like a federal employee type person. A gold bricker, like a
Yeah,
cake
I
eater,
don't know. Is he
like somebody
talking
who's
about
just
that? I
sucking you off
said I'm
with
the last one to pay. Is that what he's referring to there?
I don't
Is
know.
he?
I'm not sure. But skinflint I thought was somebody who is cheap. Yeah, but I don't know.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I guess I'm a skinflint. I devoted what 20 hours to selling all that stuff and bringing together people to make the sale and along with Kevin. I guess I don't know, man. Why do I even read this chat, man? Because they're all wonderful people. Um,
But nobody had anything to say about Lucky Logger.
I remember
Nobody
the name of it. I
remembered the
just
puppies
I've
and the
seen
people
maybe old
and the birds
commercials, black and white commercials for it,
Lucky
but
Logger. No.
yeah, I don't know, man.
Mhm. Nobody sat in the park after school in 10th or 11th grade and drank a 12 pack with a new friend that you just met, filling out a simple English composition. Uh, what do they call it? A Xerox with four pieces of paper stapled together with, I mean, double spaced to make it even easier. There's like four questions on each page, even because some of the kids at the front of the class were actually having problems, but we were just selectively fucking off and getting in trouble. We could, if we had applied ourselves, we could be passing the classes in the regular high school. No one else did that.
I don't know what he's
Makes
talking
sense,
about.
Rocky. Wasn't sure I was guessing on terms. Oh no,
Oh,
I still
I thought he was insulting me. I don't know.
well, I know, but sometimes it's hard to understand in the chat because
Yeah.
of what's it called?
Well,
What do
that's the
you
whole problem with
retardation?
technology. It's like that's why they invented those stupid emojis so that someone's laughing, or because it's real easy to just like I don't know.
Oh, it's okay. It's okay. So what else?
Um,
I got some new books and some new action figures and some new cars, but you don't want to see them.
I don't want to see them. Why?
Boring. This is kind of boring. It's just not. It's like look. It's like look. So like I think I showed this already and told you guys about this that I'm reading. That's good. Oh, I think I got a message from Kevin just now. Hold on.
Oh, okay. Batman:
This
The
is
Court of Owls saga. Okay.
Yeah, it's real good so far. And this is this new DC Compact series that they're selling these for 9.99, and they're 300 pages, and they're like maybe 5 by 8 or something. See the
Yeah.
size? Like, and
Right.
they're all color and they're really well made. And this particular story, I'm really liking it so far. The Court of Owls. I'm about 100, I don't know, maybe not quite 100 pages in. It's good so far.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
so I bought a
that.
couple more that I haven't started yet. I showed you the other one I got was the Darwin Cook Catwoman.
Right.
That is
Right.
a
Right.
compilation of all that. And then I got this, which doesn't look as good, but I just wanted to try it out. It's All Star Superman by
No,
this
that
Grant
is good
Morrison
actually.
pretty
Um.
quietly. Have you read? Is it good?
Yeah, it's good. It's good. It's
On the cover,
it's
he kind of looks like one of those people from Friends. He looks like I don't know the characters' names, Joey or whatever their fucking names are. Anyway,
yeah. Who wrote that again? I don't remember.
it's Grant Morrison. I haven't
Oh,
read
okay.
it, but everybody
It's
says it's good, and the art looks kind of cool to me, even if he looks like I don't know what he looks like.
well, it's very Silver Age. It's Silver Age stuff, and
Yeah,
it's
I saw there was some Bizarro in here. It looked pretty
yeah.
good.
What it is, that is apparently the main inspiration for this new Superman movie coming out from James Gunn,
Cool.
and that's what I understand, and that's why you're getting these early word from screenings for the new Superman movie. Some people are saying it doesn't have a plot. It's just a bunch of little stories, and that's because I think he's kind of doing it like the All Star Superman with different stories that all kind of up together.
Yeah, and maybe
Not
it
go
like
to it just comes to mind. Didn't want it to come out misinterpreted text. Oh,
yeah,
I'm sorry,
yeah.
Friar. I'm just like
That's what
I'm
I
used to
thought.
people in the chat just. Uh, but I know it wouldn't be you. You're not one of the evil people. You're a good person. Um, I can't even tell what that is. What the heck is that?
All right, so this is. I'm sorry, I was leaning in because I was reading Kevin's message or whatever.
Okay. What's he?
All
Is
right,
he
so
saying
this is one
anything?
of those epic collections that Paulo was talking about recently, and it's actually one of the ones that I was talking about recently that goes on clearance and on sale every once in a while on Amazon. So the price on this is supposed to be $44.99, but I got
Oh,
it on Amazon for $21, and it's it's this X-Men story from like 1982, 1983 called The Brood Saga with Chris Claremont, Dave Cockrum, and Paul Smith. Now, I have a few of these issues, but I wasn't buying every X-Men every month at this time because I was going to the Burnout High School that I mentioned earlier at this exact time. So I was completely aging out of comics, didn't have interest. I was interested in girls, drugs, alcohol, and
oh,
car driving around in cars, kind of in that order like all through high school. So this was not something I was interested in, but I really liked what I did read, and this looks really good, and I'm really enjoying it. And this is also one of those books that I can easily pass on to my son next door because this is the time period that he's interested in reading, and he likes this X-Men stuff like this right here.
yeah. That is that
It's
where
good.
the little alien, the kind of looks like the alien from the movie Alien, little dragon-looking
Yes,
guys.
the Brood. Yeah, that's it's
Is
good.
that what
This
that
was a really
was?
good
Yeah,
run, actually.
yeah. That's well, it's still got the original writer, but that's right when John Byrne left, right?
It is. It's right after John Byrne left.
I think that the departure of John Byrne kind of made me kind of leave, and I think I kind of left X Men right about that time. But if I was to go back and read those comics, I'm sure they're great, even though the
Yeah.
artwork wasn't the same guy.
So this is
But
like a
because now, in comparison to the comics of today, those are great. Uh,
so this is great. This is a 14 issue run, And I checked before I bought it. I was like, how many of these do I have? So I looked through my collection, and out of these 14 issues that are reprinted in here in order, I think I had 5. So I was like, I need all these other ones, and it's inexpensive price. Now I can read it all in a row, and I can pass it on to my kid, and he'll love
Yeah,
reading. Yeah.
that's
So
neat. How is the print
Kevin
really
told me something.
small, or is
Yeah.
it? Oh,
What's that? Go ahead.
is the print really small, or is it
No,
okay?
it's maybe a tiny bit. It's the size of a regular comic.
Oh,
It's
I thought
it's
that was a little
well print,
smaller,
clearly
digest
printed
size.
on nice quality paper, like a slick paper, and it is the same size as a regular comic.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. Well, what does it cost for something like that? Shit.
This is supposed to be 45, but this is one of the ones that was on sale on clearance on Amazon and I got it for 21.
Oh,
So
okay.
that's what I'm saying. You just kind of got to look and see, and every once in a while, like there's some sort of spring sale going on right now, and certain books drop in price.
Yeah, that's
There's this
kind of
new series that I've been looking at. I haven't bought any yet, but I watched a YouTuber do like a review on the ones that he has in his collection, and they're called DC's Finest. And it's DC's current answer to what I just showed you, which is the Marvel Epic collection,
right.
except they're larger, but they have the same price point. So what it is it's very much like the DC Showcase black and white reprints. Remember how big those books were, 500 or 600 pages? Right? The black and
Yeah.
white ones. Well, it's like that, except it's all color, and it's still like you can find them for 25 or 30 bucks on sale on Amazon, marked down. They're supposed to be like 45 or 50, but with time and patience, eventually some of them pop up for a lower price. But it
Uh-huh.
looked interesting. I was like, holy crap, that looks kind of cool. It's like an omnibus that's uh lesser priced. Oh, there she is. Wow, she's already seems like she's getting taller and thinner to me, right?
Well, yeah, she's also getting friendlier. Notice she's coming up to me
Oh,
and
that's
will,
great.
sleep at my feet and everything. So she was really scared initially, but apparently she was always that way since she was born. She was the one that was real skittish, but now, uh, here she is. Um, yeah, well, damn. I'm real excited about all, everything we're getting. I think I'm going to be. I think Kevin's going to run out of big boxes, so I'm probably not. Everyone is in front of me, so it'll take a while before I get my stuff, but that's all right. As long as it's here before April 20th, my birthday, because that was kind of looking at this as my birthday present, uh, which of course it will be. So, um, no word from my wife yet. She should be. I'm trying to think about the time difference. She had a direct flight. How long does it take to fly from here to there? I don't know. Well, I guess she'll contact me. Was Kevin saying anything? Was it a personal message or something you could tell what Kevin was saying? Was he leaving to the party?
No, it was about it was about a GI Joe comic that I saw in his most recent video, which was the facsimile of GI Joe 21, which was the silent uh beachhead all snake eyes issue,
Yeah.
which is kind of an expensive issue, but apparently they made a facsimile and he showed it today in his comics day, new comics video. And I messaged him, hey, I want one of those. And then he
Yeah,
messaged me back.
I didn't watch the video because I just asked him, "Is there anything I'd want?" He says, "No," but sometimes
Other
there
than
is
that,
something
GI
I'd want, but
Joe,
he
nothing.
doesn't realize I'd want it. So I probably should watch the video. But
Yeah, I didn't see anything else. I looked through the whole thing because that's my new thing. I decided it makes it kind of easy, and maybe it's the use. It's the reason why he makes the videos in the first place. So you look to see what's new at the shop in that week, and if I see something that I haven't seen already when he's come on with us on live stream, then I
yeah,
can jot it down or message him on Instagram and say, "Hey, I'll take one of those that I just saw in your video if you still have it."
yeah,
And everybody else that watches his videos could do the same thing. Like if you see something and you're like, oh, Kevin, I think I want that. You got that at the shop. Call him on the phone and make an order, have him put it in your pile, start a pile. do whatever.
Well,
Start.
just from observation of trying to call Kevin
Mm-hmm.
lately, it seems like he's very busy because it just seems like he's been very busy lately. So what that tells me in my because I don't have much, I'm pretty sheltered here. It seems like that's maybe an indication that the economy is getting better. The fact that he's so busy,
Yep. I
and
think
that
it could
someone
be an
comes in and spends
indication.
$200 on stuff that we were thinking would never really sell to the average person, and it sells instantly. So I'm thinking people are starting to become, even though the CNN and Drudge Report want to tell us everybody's panicking and free. Well, hey, what happened today? That today was supposed to be the day that all the Tesla dealerships are supposed to be attacked. Did anything happen? I have been out of touch.
I didn't see anything happening.
Well,
I mean, I saw a little. Here's what I saw. I saw a little bit of smoke and scan, and I saw a little bit of Portland Andy, and it was just the same, the usual suspects doing the same thing. And it was very small, and I didn't see any. And
oh
I
yeah,
didn't, but I didn't watch very long, so I didn't see anything burning. I didn't see anything violent happening. I just saw just the knuckleheads
okay.
with signs.
Well,
You know,
uh, um,
Nick
I
Shirley
found
was out there. I think Nick Shirley went out today, this morning, maybe in Salt Lake City, and filmed for an hour or so. But I didn't see if he got assaulted or anything. Sometimes they assault him, you know, or push up
yeah,
against him and everything, try and cover up his camera, that sort of thing.
I found some good people that have some great music up on YouTube today. Um, uh, this guy right now, this is the theme song to Tales of the Unexpected, Bill Bixby TV series.
Oh,
Uh,
that's
I can't make out the name of the guy that put it up, but I'll figure it out. He's got all kinds of stuff. Nelson Riddle doing the Alvin and the Chipmunks theme. It's just like wow, I didn't know. And I probably have heard Don Ho sing the theme to Hawaii Five O, but then it merges into Quiet Village, the Martin Denny song. It's never heard that before. I don't think in my life.
I don't think I've ever heard the vocals to Hawaii Five.
And then this guy has good taste in music. Then he has a playlist that's just labeled favorites, and there's like 500 songs. I'm thinking probably all of this music's going to be great. It's the wonderful thing is to discover people on YouTube that have good taste, and then a whole nother world of stuff is laid open to you.
Right.
There's all kinds of wonderful veins of music that genres that a lot of people don't know about. There's a genre called sunshine pop.
I
Do you
don't
know
know
what
that.
that is?
No.
That's songs like Aquarius and Up and Away in My Beautiful Balloon, and it's not it's this really upbeat um yeah and then let me see if I can't find that, but yeah, there's great stuff. This is Thunderball by the and this guy's got the theme song to UFO, but you hear them say take three and it's like the actual studio. It's clearly from the master tapes, and you're all I don't know, get a copyright claim, but let's see here. I'm recording it. Well, you can't hear it, but if you were here, because I got this fan blowing. Um, yeah, yeah, you can't hear anything. Um, well, I thought Saturday night would have a lot of people. I guess people are out doing things. There's the I Love Comics auction over on another channel, and um, oh boy. So what else? You said you got some toys that are cool, or not so cool. You were playing.
I mean, I'll show you. I got a couple Camaros that I opened today. They're kind of cool. There's a Johnny Lightnings. They're Baldwin Motion and Motor Company from the 60s. This is a
Yeah.
67. These were specialty Camaros that you had to special order from the dealership that were souped up uh, by by order. It was like a crazy thing that you could do back in the day, and it only lasted for a couple years. And these particular models of Camaro made by Baldwin Motion, which was a coupling of a supercharger like a hot rod company that just specialized in amping up stock cars, and then they paired with a dealership called Baldwin Chevrolet that was in New York, in like Baldwin, New York. And it was so successful that people all over the country would order their Camaros from Baldwin Chevrolet just to get this specially produced speed model that was like a stock car. Like they would go to 100, they would top out at like 120 miles an hour in like 11 seconds or something, which was very fast at the time, I believe. I don't know the exact numbers. But anyway, that's what these are. These are Johnny Lightning cars made by the company Johnny Lightning, which Bay City, that's another one of those Sunshine Rock songs, right?
Well, I think the Sunshine Pop is more late '60s, early '70s, but it is very upbeat pop. So it's a great song. I don't know if that would. The Sunshine Pop seems to be more. I'll pull up a listing of it and I'd give you kind of. But yeah, I think it's a great song. It really is. So Hot Wheels started in '69, and then Johnny Lightning started in 1970 as an imitation. Is that about right?
I think that's right. I think
I
that's
had an
about right.
early Johnny Lightning track set. I gave it to, I had a couple of things I gave to my nephew, and I thought, well, and now I wish I hadn't, because all of that stuff was probably thrown away or sold for pennies at a garage sale. Sometimes you think, well, my nephew, he'll appreciate it. They never do. But, I don't know. I had a Zippity Speedway, and I got a new one. Cleo bought me a new one, but that was something I gave to him. But anyway, so Johnny Lightning went out of business, I think, and was brought back by someone else in the '90s, right?
Yeah, this company called Praying Mantis, the same company that made model kits or that still makes model kits.
Right.
Round two models. They don't just make reissues of old Revell or Aurora or all different monogram. They also do other stuff too, like sometimes new stuff. But a lot of it is reissues and reproductions of kits that we grew up seeing in advertisements in comic books.
Right.
For the obvious reason that children of today, teenagers of today, don't build models of cars and airplanes and don't collect cars. It's people our age that do, you guys. It's toys are for
Yeah,
men
that's
mostly.
probably right. Um,
Yeah,
the
realistically, the market is not for. Yeah, it's a specialty item now.
um,
Kids aren't going into the five and dime to buy a model kit and go home and make it over the summer or over the weekend or while they're staying at their aunt's house. It's just not happening. It's 40 to 60-year-old men ordering them over the internet predominantly and having them delivered to their house.
and, and a lot of times not ever taking them out of the box, and just, like, you know,
Yeah,
oh
maybe.
well.
I have an
Uh,
entire closet filled of unbuilt models. An entire closet.
Yeah, well, I have a lot too, but my goal was eventually I'll build them. I know it probably never will happen, but
Yeah, me too. I was thinking that this winter I was going to be snowed in and everything, and I was thinking this is going to be ideal to make art and make models, and it's gone. Nothing happened. We didn't get snowed in. So I got this Green Lantern 2-pack a couple days ago. by McFarlane DC Multiverse. This guy's name is Kilowog. He's one of the good Green Lanterns that's
Yeah.
from a pig planet. And then he came with
Yeah.
this other Green Lantern named Kyle Rayner. Remember this guy
Yeah.
in the
I
90s?
remember seeing him on covers and thinking, why would I buy that? And I don't like the I don't know who he is. I don't, you know.
He's
Is he
he looks like the guy that he looks like David Naughton from Dr. Pepper from the American Werewolf in London. He's kind of that guy. He's I'm a pepper, I'm the lantern, you're the lantern, we're a lantern. Wouldn't you want to be a lantern too? That's kind
so
of what he's
what was the premise in the comic that Hal Jordan went bad and then he had to be replaced by other lanterns?
pretty much, I think, every time, multiple times over and over again, like about every 8 to 10 years. I think's
Well, they
that's
didn't
how
do a
they
very
do it.
good job of choosing the best guy on earth for it if they had to keep replacing him with Guy Gardner and that guy. I
Really,
don't know the storylines. I just always thought I want Hal Jordan. I don't want these new replacements. That's how I feel about the Falcon coming in as Captain America. It's like I want the original guy. Okay,
this
this is
guy is
Robin.
new. This is Nightwing. Yeah, this is Dick
Yeah.
Grayson as Nightwing. This is how he appears in this book, actually. See this book, The Court of Owls? I started
Okay.
reading this, and then I saw that they had a 3-pack action figure set from that storyline that included you get 3 figures. I got this Nightwing. I got this guy who kind of looks like maybe he's like Gavin Newsom from Bohemian Grove. He's called the Owl. It's called the Court of Owls. This story is about like this secret society that's running everything in Gotham City, going all the way back to Bruce Wayne's great great grandfather. Kind of a Bohemian Grove thing happening here. See the owl? This guy's
Yeah.
anyway. There's that
Well,
guy, and then the coolest figure. Well, I mean that Nightwing figure. This Robin figure is really cool. But this is the main villain in that storyline. He's this new guy. His name is Talon. I think he looks really cool.
okay. Well, I remember that series
He's
coming
like
out.
an Illuminati assassin. What's that? You remember what?
The Court of Owls wasn't that New 52?
I don't know. Maybe.
I think it was the one comic out of New 52 that everybody liked, and I remember everyone saying it was great, but they were already several issues into it, so I never got it. But I think that's where is that where they brought in Batman's son in that storyline?
I don't know. I haven't got. I'm three
Yeah,
issues
I'm
in.
sorry if I'm not
That
trying to
hasn't
ruin the
happened yet.
story for you. I
Yeah, I'm 3 issues in, but nothing like that. His son. There's been like a at the beginning of this. He goes to a party, and all 3 Robins are meet him at the party because it's the beginning. So you can tell that this story is going to involve everyone is alive at one time. It's got Dick Grayson, Tim Drake, and who didn't I mention? The other kid, the Damian, his
Jason
son.
Todd maybe.
Yeah, Jason Todd. It has all 3 of those knuckleheads are in here. Yeah. Anyway,
Yeah,
this is a
they
cool
have.
looking character in design. He's the
Yeah, I
bad guy.
think they have all the Robins in that Titans TV series. It's another series we never finished watching, but
Mhm.
it's really that series is something because one of the Robins is like uh, breaks the back of a policeman and is like uh, and then a few episodes later he's like kind of being presented as a like a teen idol fun guy that that's like wait a second, a couple episodes ago this guy was a pretty horrible guy. uh, Now he's like Chachi or something. You're hoping you're going to get him on the cover of Tiger Beat. um,
Chachi turned out to be really cool in the end, didn't he? He's like got a
well,
podcast and everything. He's politically
never in the
aligned.
TV series, but now we know he's he's on the right side politically. So, but whatever his name, Scott Baio, I guess is okay.
Yeah, I'm not talking about the character Chachi. I don't really know what happened to the character.
Yeah, yeah.
Talking about Scott Baio.
There used to be this girl that hung around our circle of friends that was an ex-girlfriend of Scott Baio, but I think there's probably several hundred girls in Los Angeles that are ex-girlfriends of him.
I would hope
But
so. Yeah, I would
um,
think so.
he that movie, I haven't seen it in 40 years, but I remember the movie Zapped. I enjoying it when it came out, but
I
I
remember that.
can't. I don't know that it's good. If I was to see it now, and I don't know if it would hold up. I don't
I remember
remember
that. I
why I
also
liked it.
remember that show Charles in Charge. We used to watch it at the barracks. It had a real catchy theme song. Charles in charge of our days and our nights. And then here's the line. Charles in charge of our wrongs and our rights. Hey, I want Charles in charge of me. Something like that. And
I've
yeah,
never
I wanted
seen that
Charles in
show.
charge of me. We would all sit around in our brown boxer shorts and our brown t-shirts there in the barracks and watch Charles in Charge every Monday through Friday afternoon at 4:30.
Well, I don't know even know what it's about, but I remember
It was
everyone
this
used to.
about him in charge. I mean, he was a babysitter. That was it.
There was a store in Dallas, in the Dallas area, called Half Price Books, and I guess it's around. They have one even up here, and but I hear people in other parts of the country talk about a store called Second and Charles, and so I think it's maybe very much like Half Price Books, but it's in other parts of the country, and I think they it's probably was originally their first location was at Second Street and Charles Street, and that's why they call it that. But whenever I hear that name and people talking about, I found all these books or records, I think it reminds me of that Charles in Charge, but I've never seen the show. I don't know anything about it. Scott Baio, is that Greek or Spanish? I always assumed he was Italian, but that's what he was playing on the show. But I don't know what ethnicity Bayo is. Don't know. I recorded this playlist of Marvel superheroes music, and I think, well, it's got to be all of it, and then this guy will add 15 tracks to it, and then the next week he'll add another 20 tracks to it, and then I feel like I've got to go back and record it all to have it on one disc, and that's what I just started doing. This guy has found all these music cues from the 1966 Marvel cartoon, and it brings out the OCD dysfunctionalism. Let me see if Cleo is texting me yet. Oh, well, I guess we'll maybe get. I'm trying to keep the link to come on kind of at the top so um, Kevin can easily get in without having to scroll way up. But of course, we're not getting a whole lot of chat. We never do. Um, so, what are you making for dinner there?
Okay, so you got to mix this the right way because otherwise, like if you
Oh,
say you think you're making a drink with beer and you're gonna fill, don't put the beer in first. Okay, what'll happen is even if you try and solve the foam issue with the beer, when you fill up the glass with beer first and add stuff to it, it will begin foaming and you won't be able to mix the drink. So if you're
oh,
making a drink with beer, put the mixer in the bottom and then a little bit of beer, maybe a little more mixer, and then at the end, top it off with your beer. So what we're doing here is what I call an Oki Mary, which is like a Bloody Mary, but for somebody who's from Oklahoma who came to California in the 1920s or 30s because of the Dust Bowl. And so they don't have money for tequila, so instead they're using beer and uh, tomato juice. So what I have in here is salt, pepper, some V8 original juice, And
Oh,
because of Zuck, I've got the Sweet Baby Ray's. So this is Sweet Baby Ray's barbecue sauce. It's got a little bit of a kick to it. You put some Sweet Baby Ray's in here with the tomato sauce. Spin it together with some salt and some pepper, and then top it off with a Keystone Light.
wow.
It's very delicious. Yeah, it's like a margarita, but with beer. It's exactly what it tastes like. That's what we made. And I think we have a special glass. It's a Justice League glass. Look.
Oh, yeah. That's the design that was on the cover of one of those treasury-sized books.
I think I got a couple new little miniature products the other day that I haven't shown you.
Oh, yeah.
I got this Scotch brand video cassette that
Oh,
is new. The
wow.
last thing we got was like a cassette tape. This is a video tape that actually comes out.
Is that is that Barbie scale? That's bigger than Barbie scale, isn't it?
No, this is actually probably just about Barbie scale. Probably just about for a Barbie, maybe a little bit bigger.
That was the
There's
shittiest
all
brand
different
of tape.
scales. Like here's a Diet Coke that's like too big for Barbie. That it came to.
Wow.
It's like a classic. I guess if you're a Diet Coke drinker, this is maybe a throwback. Look, it still
Yeah.
has the top lid. See?
You, do you have your Trump figure on display right now? You could put that with him.
Oh, you're right. Does he drink this? He does, right?
Yeah, that's what he. Yeah,
It's
they
good
always
look
make
right
fun
now.
of
Yeah,
him for it because he
you
likes
got it right now.
McDonald's
Hold on.
Diet
Thank you.
Coke.
That's perfect then. Look, he's up here. There's there's an idol of the Egyptian god Kek right there in front of him. And
Right.
let's see if we can go like this.
Oh, you're gonna put it in his hand?
If it works, it doesn't look like it's gonna work. Maybe we'll go like. Perfect. That worked. Okay. You guys see that? You're able to see
Yeah, yeah.
the
I
code.
gave you full screen so you get the full
Can you see it?
effects.
All right. Let's see what else I got that's new. I know I got something else that's new. Here's a little tiny 35 millimeter Kodak. Remember these?
This isn't the stuff that you get in the eggs at Walmart. This is stuff you, or is it?
No, this is the stuff you get in the eggs at Walmart.
I thought that was parody products. Or am I
This
mixing
is
up two?
non-parody products. So they have all different lines now. Like they have the one that we've been looking at that's like the wacky packages that I
Yeah,
collect. Then I
yeah,
discovered that they have this one called retro. And this retro one is all classic retro products. See, like here's an old Frosted Flakes, and this is one of the special ones that you get left. You know, it's supposed to be 1 in 1,000 or something, and it's
yeah.
like this frozen bowl of Frosted Flakes.
How
But yeah,
did you get it from
this is all
eBay,
retro
or you
product.
just lucked into it?
Here's like an old type can of Dole sliced pineapple. See,
Yeah. I just assume the cans still look like that. I don't.
oh, this is one of my favorite ones so far. See, look, it's a can of Fresca, and it still has the pull tab on the top. See,
Yeah,
I bet you Trump drank Fresca too.
yeah. This is just
Maybe
a
when it was still.
bizarre thing. This is for doll collectors, I guess, huh?
Yeah, it's for miniature collectors. I don't know. I'm not really sure who it's for, but they have multiple different lines. The only ones I bought are the ones I've showed you.
John Goris asked us if we ever got into collecting fake dog poo vomit. I have
I
two
didn't,
fake
but I
dog
did collect
poos.
real. I collect actual dog poop and vomit. I still do. And also fingernails, toenails, and belly button lint in separate mason jars right above my bed on the shelf.
Yeah, I never got any vomit. I do have a fake spilled Dr. Pepper, but but the can has changed so much that it doesn't look real anymore because it's the 1976 can design.
See, here's what these are what the retro products look like. This is the checklist. See, it's just retro. It's just old stuff that we grew up with. Not only is this for doll collectors, it's for old people. Like kids don't even know what these things are.
Yeah, but I just wonder how many older people are buying this. I
Mostly older people. Probably mostly people over 40. I don't know for sure, but I'm just guessing. Who
I
else would
just
be?
can't imagine that there's a lot of people like us out there.
There are, because think about what they sell at Walmart and Target is those little pops that are pop culture things that just normie people are into. Just regular people nowadays have like an out of time Back to the Future license plate hanging at their desk at work. You know what I mean?
Is
It's
that
it's
what the
normal
license plate said
because
in
of
Back
that.
to the
What was it
Future?
called? The Big Bang Theory. So it's normal for people to be quirky and collect
Oh
things.
yeah, I guess you're right. Big Bang Theory.
It normalized buying toys and being frivolous. You
Right.
know what I mean? It normalized frivolity, which is part of the whole consumerism, leftist consumerism. Frivolity is a huge part of it. They're
So now
frivolous.
it is 9:07, which means it's about a little after 7 in Arizona and California. So
Mm-hmm.
um,
It is a little after 7.
let's see. Uh,
Here's a real cool little dragon, that's rarely seen. You don't see this very much. This is made by that same company, Britain's Limited, that made the little knights with the metal
yeah.
bases, the little green metal bases, that we're used to seeing, the really cool, expensive little figures.
Mhm.
There was a set that came with this dragon, and he has wheels and a pullback motor, so you can pull him back and then he goes. Isn't this cool?
Wow, that's
It's
pretty
very
good.
well painted, and these wings, they're rubber. The wings are rubber. Look.
Pretty neat.
This is my Donny Osmond doll. I don't have the puppet. Like Kevin has a brand new perfect puppet, and then Gratu, he actually portrayed that looks like he portrayed this character on the television program The Hypnotic Eye, and masterfully portrayed this character. It was one of the when I first learned about Gratu and started watching Gratu at the beginning, I heard him talking about the Hypnotic Eye, and I searched it out on YouTube, and it might have been the first episode I saw was maybe episode 2, maybe, that had you doing the
Yeah,
Don Osmond bit, and I was like, this guy's hilarious.
yeah. So you'd seen the YouTube show before you saw that?
Yeah, I saw you talking about it, and then I searched it out. I had never heard
Yeah.
of the Hypnotic Eye before. It never played in California that I know of.
No, it didn't. But what would happen is people would trade other people with VHS or Scott.
Look at
Last
he has this
Frontier is here.
chaos belt buckle. A lot of people overlook that. I mean, he's good. He's all cool now. I mean, I'm aligned politically with Donnie and Marie. I know that I always was, but still, there was involvement with the record corporations, and they were pushing this anarchy on everybody. That's why there's a chaos symbol on his
Is
belt.
that a chaos symbol?
I don't know. I'm just joking.
You know what? It looks
It's
like
an
a Common Rider
eight
belt.
an 8-pointed star. It's an 8-pointed
Yeah.
star. What is the star? How many points is on the Statue of Liberty?
On her
On her
helmet or
crown,
on her hat.
yeah, on her hat.
I don't know. I would assume 13, but
Oh,
I'm
I don't
just
think it's
guessing.
that many. Let's see if I can find it. I think I have a Statue of Liberty around here somewhere.
I guess William Gaines, publisher of Mad, had a huge collection of Statue of Liberty. He collected statues of Liberty. He collected zeppelins, and he
I knew I had
collected
it.
ping pong stuff.
Okay,
My
there's a
wife just
Statue of Liberty right there behind Tonto. Isn't that fitting? Let's get it
Yeah.
out.
My wife just sent me a text message. She says, I'm eating Thai food with Kim by the hotel. Okay,
Nice.
so she's gotten some Thai
Where's Kim?
food, which is great because Thai food is very healing for her. She,
Oh,
uh,
okay.
she, it helps her sinuses. I used to always go get Thai food for her down the street and back in Texas. And it would make her feel so much better, but that's not an option here. But that's great. So, so tomorrow, um, tomorrow, today is Saturday. Tomorrow's Sunday. So the concert she's going to is tomorrow night. And in the morning, I hope that Kevin is able to link up with them. And even though his store is closed, I was hoping he could take them in and give them a tour of the store. But that's whether he can do that, that's up to him. And uh,
That,
then the concert's tomorrow night, and then she's coming back midday Monday. Uh,
so I didn't know that William Gaines collected statues of liberty.
yeah, well, yeah, he loved that, uh, and I know he had that giant King Kong looking through his window into the EC offices. Uh, but he was really into Zeppelins too, and they had a cardboard Zeppelin that was one of the uh, that you could punch out and build. That was one of the prizes and one of the mad specials in the '60s. John Gora says, "Who was that Native American on Super Friends that would grow like 200 feet? Isn't he
Yeah,
Apache Chief or Apache King Chief? I
he
think.
was Apache chief, I think,
Yeah.
wasn't it?
Why don't they bring him back? Well,
Good question.
he was never really a character out of the comics. He was some character brought in for it was like Wendy and Marvin or the Wonder Twins. Those were all characters that were created for the cartoon, and there were a few other characters created just to make the cast more diverse or representative, whatever. Uh, but yeah, Apache. Whether they put Apache Chief into the comic, they probably have. But I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I didn't. I forgot that you got a Ricochet Rabbit puppet.
Yeah, I had forgot too until I saw it and Kevin showed it to me. I was like, oh, all of a sudden, my whole day brightened up. Like I said, all it takes is a Ricochet rabbit puppet, and my serotonin level is over the top.
That was Hanna Barbera.
Yeah.
That's what I thought. Well, I've been tired all day. I was falling asleep this morning. Um, I've been
My hours have
somehow.
been kind of goofy because I've been drinking a lot of energy drinks, and it's been kind of messing up
Well,
my.
I've
You
been
know what I
trying
mean?
to drink caffeine, but I've been getting it through soft drinks and soda, which is not good. But so sorry if I'm not entertaining folks, those of you out there in television land. Um,
Gosh darn it! Where did I do that? I keep misplacing stuff.
this cat is locked out. It's funny.
Oh yeah. So hey, what do you think about that idea about what I said? Wouldn't that be? are you cool with doing that about the portrait of
Yeah,
this guy?
making him like a portrait of Patton or something.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
something like that. Yeah, uh, yeah, I could do something like that. I mean, that that portrait that I printed out is I could probably get that same portrait within a few seconds doing a Google search. I was just
Yeah.
yeah,
So yeah, you don't need to actually find the, the Xerox copy that's buried now.
yeah. I mean, I can work from any picture of him and get it.
Yeah.
I mean,
Just
I
checking
drew
because
his face so many times in elementary school. I know.
I just turned on the big TV and checked to see how this looks good, and it looks really good. But I got to fix that nostril. Hold on.
You got to fix that nostril.
Yeah, hold on. Got an idea.
What's going on with his nostril?
Well, there's like white paper showing
Oh,
through because of what's
oh yeah.
behind the mask. So I'm going to take
Oh,
a
I see.
little bit of this black T-shirt that already has a cut in it or something, like right
Yeah,
here. It's just like a dust rag. It's an old black T-shirt, but we're going to stuff it in his nose.
yeah, John. That's what Meyer was talking about is having a flag, but it would have to be the ape flag, which I think they showed in Beneath the Planet of the Apes, but I'm not sure. I think there was an ape flag.
Ah, see, so look how much better that looks now.
Yeah. Wow. That's hilarious. Well, 16 people. What? Oh, no, it's 14. Oh my gosh. Uh, those of you that are sticking with us, you'll see some cool stuff in a few minutes. Um, we're waiting on Kevin to pop in. And anyone else that would like to pop in, or you're welcome to do so. I guess I should text her back. Hold on. But oh, there's a red dot. It's Jambo. Hey, what's going on?
Hey guys.
Yeah, man, I've watched it several times over. It's like I was calling when showed a Red Rider comic the other night on Wednesday night. Uh, you were showing it, and then you flipped it around. There was a photo cover on the back
Mm.
from maybe from a TV show or a serial.
It was
With
from probably the TV series, yeah.
yeah, it's like everyone's saying Red Rider, and then I think maybe Easy Comic Readers said Red Rider, and then someone said fucker, and I I, did, I was calling I because
I didn't catch it, man. Yeah, somebody could have. Somebody's
so
got something against
you watch it. I didn't
Red
know.
Rider and Little Beaver, I
I
guess. I
thought
don't know.
maybe someone thought they were going to make the joke about Little Beaver, and someone got mad that they knew they were about to make that joke, and they just went under their breath, fucker. And I thought, man, who the heck? I mean, it's clear that it's that word, and I
Right.
just was like, who could have said that of those six people? It's unless it was someone from StreamYard coming in and doing it.
I don't know.
Anyway, I was joking, calling it Fuckergate. It's like this mystery, It's like somebody. Anyway, so what's been up?
I've started a controversy. Not much.
Well, you didn't do it. It clearly wasn't you because you're on camera. It's like unless you're a ventriloquist.
I called Kevin today and went ahead and paid for my part of the
Yeah.
stuff.
Yeah, I hear I'm the last one to pay, but I can't pay till tomorrow night at midnight because that's when I get paid. So
Skinflint. Yeah, Gratu's and
yeah,
Skinflint is holding out.
yeah, oh yeah, man. Um, well, that's good. Yeah, you've got a lot of
Yeah.
great stuff. Everybody got great stuff.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to getting it. Uh, I'm going to be out of town next week, so I won't get to. Hopefully, it'll show up around Friday when I get back, Friday or Saturday one. So,
I I uh I had called that right after that show that we did. I called Mike's house and talked to his wife and I said, well, we added a few things. Well, I don't know if you did that night, but I said we added a few things, and she gave me all the totals, and and that's and then I gave the totals to Kevin, and she said, well, yeah, I said, is could we just kind of pay what we think it's it would be for the extra stuff, and she says, oh yeah, we completely trust you and all that. It's no big deal. And he just wanted that stuff to go to a good house, so home. So I added a little bit to my amount that and uh, and so I don't know. Did that message get to you? That's you just kind of ballpark it based on kind of what how he had been charging. Is that how you did? You get anything extra that night?
I
Or what do you come on
added
now?
those price guides. I think a couple of those.
Oh, you got some price guides. Okay, well,
Yeah,
you know,
and then those. I know that Jeff got those movie cards.
yeah, he got all the
I
movie
didn't get
cards.
to see those. I think I'd left early one night before you guys started looking at those. But yeah, that's okay. I'm glad
Yeah,
Jeff got him
I
something out
I
of the deal.
I think you were there. I think you were. There weren't many. That
Yeah,
there
there
was.
was a couple of Charles Starlet, the Durango
Okay,
kid,
you're right. Yeah,
and
I don't think there were
I
more
thought those
than
were
10.
cool. But I
Yeah,
mean, I'm
well,
glad Jeff got something for driving all the way up there, man, and
yeah.
doing all that and stuff. So
Yeah, no
But
kidding.
yeah, there was a Gene Autry. I think was I liked the Buck Jones one that I
yeah,
pulled, but the Gene Autry that was the first one he showed, I thought was maybe the second best. But I'm not, you know, if it was Gene Autry and the Phantom Empire, I would probably be that I would have. But and all the others, they were okay. They were good, but that's not really what I collect, and I'm not just going to get something
hmm
because other people like it because to be cool, just so yeah. I mean, you got a lot of great stuff and everything. So
I did. I was real glad that yeah you let me on the show and let me pick up some stuff, man. That was really nice of you. And Mike, I hope he does well over there and
yeah,
enjoys it and has a
yeah.
good retirement and stuff over there. Hope he has a nice place and they take care of him and everything over there.
Well, the amount that he was wanting for everything, it's already $200 over that because someone came in today and bought $200 worth of stuff in the store.
So that
So
was the extra stuff that was left in that
yeah.
one box.
And then there may be someone coming in Monday that may buy all the rest of it.
That
So,
made me so happy. That's great that it ended up being. Yeah,
Yeah, good for Kevin, and I hope Kevin makes something off of it too, man. Because it was super nice of him to sort through everything and mail it all out for everybody and stuff.
yeah,
So,
yeah, for sure.
Kevin was saying that when I was talking to him when he was packing Captain Strangelife's box, and he said, "This is really exacting work, and this is tough, and I don't know that this might have been way too exhausting for Mike to handle it because he's still recovering.
yeah,
He's saying that like this Captain Midnight Cup is real fragile, so I had to put it in a special little box, and he packs things where everything's gonna be. He's saying, oh, these big little books are great because they can add a little bit. You knew exactly how to put it all together. And then the Coke trays created a problem that he was able to
Yeah.
solve with just the right. He said it was just the biggest box that Diamond or one of those distributors sent was just the right size, so everything worked out good. So I imagine since I'm the last to pay, mine will obviously go out last, and he'll probably have to wait a while till he gets boxes, with new
Yeah.
shipments in that he can reuse. So,
Maybe he
uh,
can send it out in a couple of packages for you or something like that and
yeah,
split it
my
up.
my
Maybe.
wife is actually down the street from him right now. She
Yeah, he
actually,
was telling me that she was
yeah,
going to come by the store, so maybe she
but
could take part of it and stuff and bring
yeah,
it back
that
to
was
you.
discussed. But she doesn't have. She just had one piece of luggage,
Yeah,
and what would they do when you go through and they open it up and rifle through? I think ultimately we decided it would be safest to. And then the postage is expensive though, but he was
yeah,
thinking of using UPS instead of the postal service, and he said that would save like half. Um,
right.
and
The way he shipped it and everything, I, he must have. He told me it took a long time to package mine, put it together and stuff, and he had it packed. And the guy that works in the store with him was marveling over his packing job, and I'm sure it's stellar. All the stuff he sends me is always packed really cool, nice, and stuff. And I think he said it was only like 16, maybe to $20 to ship what I got and stuff. And I think that's really a great price, man. I think he did a great deal for us. And yeah, I appreciate Kevin, man. I'll have to get some more cash together here pretty soon and buy some more stuff from him and help him out there a little bit for doing all this for us.
yeah, I think like yeah, he's got some facsimiles that I think you'd love.
Yeah.
Um, so
I think I don't know if he has any more of those. You showed him on your channel. He got some in Shauna the She Devil, that new
oh
series by Frank Cho. I think I'm
yeah,
missing some of those, so I don't know if he has any more of those. I'd like to get a
he
complete
he
set of that.
got no, he bought somebody's collection, and the guy just happened to have all of them. And I just bought one of them, and I said, "Well, I really don't. I only need these particular ones." And he said, "Trust me, you want to get the complete one because this one's in better shape than the other one I sent you, uh,
Okay.
but slightly, you know." So, uh, yeah, I don't know. I don't think it is it valuable because
I
he
don't think it's
charged
valuable. I
much.
just thought it was pretty cool. I like Frank Cho's artwork.
Well, sure.
Uh,
So, but why isn't it valuable? Everyone likes
it
Frank
should
Shows
be.
art.
I mean, I thought it was a great little. I mean, it was a fun read, and the artwork was fantastic. And I mean, it beats the hell out of all that stuff you see on the newsstands now.
How old is
Where you
that
go,
series?
what's that?
How old is that series? When did it come out? 20 years ago.
Uh, Probably 10 years ago, something like that.
It has to just be that people don't care about the character then. And
Maybe, yeah. I mean, I think the jungle genre is gone. People don't care about that kind of stuff anymore.
well, so
But
yeah, I don't really remember. I remember all the Hopalong Cassidys. I don't really remember what all you got. Um,
yeah, there was. I got a few big little books, and I'd like to pick up the rest of those. Man, I don't know if he sold all those or not.
oh yeah, they just all went today.
Oh, did
Yes.
they? Yeah.
Yeah. Someone bought all of those.
Well, good.
They bought the. I don't remember what else. Um,
Yeah, I mean, I got probably the ones that I was looking for and stuff and everything. But I mean, for that price, I mean, you can't beat it really.
Last Frontier just says I have them if you need them. Scott, this is Scott from Last Frontier
Okay, he
Comics.
has the Shauna the She Devil
Yeah,
run.
yeah, he's real good. He
Okay,
ships
okay.
really well, and he's a good friend of the show.
I'll have
Uh,
to get with him on maybe Instagram or something like that and get
yeah,
my address and maybe see what which ones I need and get a hold
oh,
of him and get the
you
rest
have
of it.
some of them.
I have like maybe half of them, maybe like 3 or
Yeah,
4 of them, but
these
I'm
are
thinking there's
mine.
probably
I
a
think.
dozen.
Well, you got Kevin here. Let's give him full screen.
What's up, guys?
What's up,
Look at
Not
Al?
that!
much. Oh man, this is what we've been
Wow,
waiting for.
Easy.
This is a sneak preview. He's doing a real video tomorrow.
Whoa.
Okay, you're going back tomorrow to film
I'm
it.
not. I'm not unless I think I'm going to be busy tomorrow. But I can come back. But they're
that's
just
from a
getting ready.
movie.
They're getting
I can't
they're doing
remember
a
which
trial
movie it
run
is.
tonight because they're going to show all the stuff and show like this is all stuff you can order.
Oh, you're saying they're doing a real video tomorrow. I thought you meant
Yeah.
you're doing.
No,
Okay.
I'm just
Do
showing
you
you
want
guys a preview of what you guys are gonna. If you want to watch the video,
to from
it'll probably
from
take a while
midnight?
to come up because they got to edit it and all that stuff.
Well, go ahead and explain because I
But this
haven't
is my
set
friend's
this up.
company right here, Midnight Studios.
Okay, so
Oh wow,
FX. If
so
you go
you're
on the
friends with
website.
the guy that runs Midnight Studios, and he's having a
Yeah,
backyard party tonight. Is that right?
it's just me and a couple people here.
Okay, so you're seeing things that are for sale to
Yeah,
people that
brand
run
new.
haunted houses.
Yeah, look at this.
oh wow,
These are all built in the last 3 months.
Man, it's like you're on Kensington Avenue.
that's awesome.
Whoa, that looks great, man. The lighting looks great in there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they're setting up the lighting right now.
So so they're gonna film a video of this tonight or
I think
tomorrow.
maybe tomorrow. They're just like a dry run right now
Okay. So they'll film it tomorrow night. Do they want it to film at night or in the daytime?
at night because then you get these lights.
Right. So tomorrow night's the actual real shoot.
Maybe we want to do like sunset.
Oh, sunset. Yeah, that's a
Look
good
at these
idea.
reprints over here.
Man, this is great.
Let's look at these guys over here.
Whoa,
That's scary, huh?
that is great.
Wow,
That looks pretty
Watch out,
scary.
he's taking a video.
Yeah, the lighting looks fantastic, and those look really good. Gratu and I were just talking about skeletons earlier today.
Yeah, just think if you walked out your door and saw these.
Yeah, it looks like a John Gorris painting.
Yeah.
Check out this dragon. It's not showing up that good on the camera.
Let me get a white light on.
He's gonna put a white light on it. It's freaking cool.
Well put.
oh wow.
Whoa,
Why are you putting that on right now?
that looks great, man. That's really creepy. It looks, it looks
Yeah,
pretty
that's
good.
a crazy dragon, huh?
Yeah, it looks huge. How tall is that thing? How tall is that?
Like, that's 10 feet plus.
Away from the black light.
Oh.
Oh, come on. You can't listen to the black light. Sorry. Oh, it's not-
Yeah, it's like a snake head almost. Like a snake head dragon. Xenomorph. Is that alien up there?
Huh.
47. 47 Patrick Silver for 9 grams.
Oh, is that Patrick's mold?
Oh, those xenomorphs and then that shark up there.
I'm gonna go around the other way.
That shark is from James Bond Octopussy. It's the original
I
mold
thought
from
it
James
is.
Bond Thunderbolt, Octopussy, and Never Say Never.
Wow.
It was actually with Roger Moore underwater.
You want to see a real James Bond 007 shark?
Sure.
Yeah.
We've been talking about it.
More animatronics were built for
12-foot
all the movies.
tiger shark.
It was underwater with Roger
Yeah.
Moore. Is that with
Yeah.
Sean Connery? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Holy crap!
Cool, huh?
How
That's
long is that?
cool. Yeah.
12 feet?
12
How
foot.
long?
Yeah. I thought this was one you sculpted because you always said you wanted to sculpt one.
No, I got that mold from Lance Anderson, who worked on all the James Bond.
Wait, you have the mold to this?
Yeah, I have the mold.
Is this the one that you poured?
Yeah, I casted that right when I got it here. So
What is it made out of? Is that fiberglass? What is it?
No, it has to be foam and latex.
Polyfoam. It's got a steel understructure. It's been coated
Okay,
5
that
times
makes
with
sense.
polyurethane Rust-Oleum.
So that mold is gigantic. Where do you even keep that mold?
Back there, hanging up, I'll show it to you. Pristine condition too. Only 4.
You didn't have to
5
fix
and
any
full.
parts to it? You didn't have to touch it up or nothing?
I epoxied the whole mold, the
Uh-huh.
whole outside of it to preserve it. You know those xenomorphs.
Yeah.
Xenomorph Central.
I'm going to send a link to my friend. He wants to probably watch the show.
Okay.
Check this guy out.
Wow, that looks great.
Bunch
have
of
a
crazy
beer? We're drinking beer. Gratu's got a hams, and I've got a red beer.
I've got a Imperial IPA.
What's it called?
It's an Imperial IPA, Huss Brewing.
Imperial, I see.
Look at
Good.
that.
Whoa,
8.8
dang.
ABV.
I had
Yeah, I
this
think-
friend in Texas that ran a haunted house called Haunted Verdun Manor. His name was Lance Pope, and he was really into werewolves and werewolf sculptures, and he had actual real wolves that lived on his property, and then he got lions, and then one time one of the lions mauled him, and about a year later he passed away. I guess he had injuries that lingered.
Dang.
Looks like Captain Strangeliffe is here. He says, "What am I looking at?"
You're looking at
It's
me.
just, yeah. Kevin is finally showing what he looks like. No,
Kevin
he's
is
at a.
finally
He's
showing his dogs. These are finally Kevin's pit bulls.
yeah. Well, Kevin is looking at some. These are props that you can buy if you run a haunted house. They'll make for you, and it's a studio called Midnight Studios.
This thing, man, if I had this outside my store,
Yeah, really. We're coming up from the roof on the top.
and this guy's really cool too.
This is all outdoors that we're looking at.
Yeah, we're outside. Yeah, it's insane. This place we're at is just insane.
Yeah. Oh, someone named Archivist Adrift said found this channel through Mike Night Tiger's channel. Cool pad. Well,
Hey,
thank you.
I'm gonna send a link to the show to my friend. I'll be right back if it kicks me out.
Oh, sure. Yeah, no problem. Well, that's cool that someone discovered us through Night Tiger. Night Tiger's a great guy. Captain Strange Life said those figures are amazing. Yeah, yeah, these are really good. Yeah, this guy's great. Now, I don't know if Kevin's going to be able to show us, but he's told me about this friend of his, and he's told me that this guy has a pool in his backyard. I hope we get to see it. And he's got a cave next to the pool that's based on the Pirates of the Caribbean ride. So so I've always been hoping that Kevin would show us his friend's place, because, but I don't know. We'll see.
Hmm.
No, 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 no. Stay back. No, no, Ellen. No, no. It's okay. Don't worry. So, oh man, I think Alan was trying to make friends with this little white cat, but the white cat was terrified, and now Alan's going away crying. It's
All right, I'm
just
back.
okay, cool.
Oh, we didn't see this guy. Let's check out this ogre. This is one of my favorite things that he's made here.
Let's see
Whoa,
here.
that looks great. The face.
Light him up, yeah. I want to get his hands. Look at these
Oh
freaking
wow.
hands. Look at
Wow.
Oh, how
Oh,
his
well,
tall is
finger
he?
is
About
bigger than this
10 feet,
giant beer can.
10 feet tall?
Now look at that face.
oh yeah.
Whoa. And that's all foam filled, everything like that hand and this mask is foam filled. Is that how it is
Yeah,
done?
latex and foam filled. It probably has a metal skeleton underneath it. Just to have a frame to support it.
That's absolutely amazing. That's crazy. It looks so good.
But they're not crazy heavy. Like I just watched these two guys put this up here. It wasn't really heavy.
Holy crap.
Do some of these move
150
or
pounds. Yeah, it's only 150 pounds and it's gigantic.
and
That's over 9 feet and it's like on a table, so it's like 12 feet in the air.
This guy's 8.5. That one's 10 with the horns.
This guy's 10 feet. Is
wow.
that a drone? See, there's a drone right behind me.
Did you? I'm assuming that
Drone.
you made a video of that Captain Strange Life, the private uh, sale.
Drone.
Are they on the show live right now?
Yeah, that's bad. That's awesome. Has a camera on it?
Oh, there's a drone flying around.
That's one way to get a cool camera angle on this stuff.
No, no, no. Alan, come here. I don't think he's trying to be mean to you, but maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah.
Alan,
Oh
come
yeah.
here.
There's a little sneak preview.
Oh
Once
yeah.
he makes a real video, it'll look way better than this little camera because I'll have drones and everything, real cameras.
You know, in a
Oh,
way, what
that's
this is similar to? This is kind of similar to taxidermy. Like it's the coolest version of taxidermy ever. You understand what I'm saying? Like,
look at that. Look at this guy spogging it up. Look at that.
whoa.
Cool, huh?
So, are we going to be able to see the cave by the pool, or is that off limits tonight?
Can I show him? Can I show him the cave? Like your? Can I show him your pool area?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, should I wait? Are you gonna put on the fog? Looks super cool with the fog.
Man, suddenly this is a big budget show. At least it looks like it.
It'll look way better when these guys film.
So there's a Midnight Studios YouTube channel. Is that correct?
Yeah. Yeah, there's YouTube.
All right. Well, we all need to subscribe to that for sure.
Yeah, definitely.
John Gora says you need a Gilliman around that pool.
Yeah, they're making a little black lagoon area.
Oh, they already they've already got that coverage, huh?
It's not built. They started it.
Yeah.
So cool, huh?
Yeah, Kevin told me about this place a few years ago, and I've been eager to see it.
It's a very nice cement pond.
It's so hot out. Like I feel like jumping in.
Yeah, this is a top tier cement pond, is what we're looking at right here. This is the grotto from the Playboy Mansion.
Yeah, imagine if Hugh Hefner's place was like this.
Yeah, this is a sky and pad, as they say.
I
My
was
buddy
looking for one of those Nautilus ships from Disney World.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does.
There.
You're right. It does. It does look like a.
These are like mist. It looks like fog, but it's mist. It's such fine mist that it produces a fog.
Oh.
You're like the old submarine ride at Disneyland that they
Right.
closed in like 1975.
I think this goes,
10,000
yeah.
Leagues Under the Sea.
Yeah.
I wonder how close his next door neighbors are. Whether they wonder about the fog.
Oh yeah, they're used to it.
I would think that that's not an issue.
I'm gonna take a little break. I'll come back.
Okay. Whoop. That wasn't what's going on here, man. Okay. What is what is that image?
It's a picture of Tara wearing her Superman shirt.
Oh, okay. I thought Captain Strangeliffe was on the show with us. He's just in the chat. I was confused. Okay. I thought you're
She
okay.
has a
So
Corona
let's.
beer in her hand. She's at my house. She's got a beer in her hand. I met her at the bar. Her name's
Oh,
Tara.
there's Cleo is here. My wife is in the chat. She's
Sweet.
just finishing a Thai food meal. We just got a beginnings of a tour, Cleo, of the Midnight Studios. I just got an image sent to my phone. What is that? Oh, well, hopefully she could. Uh, maybe if Cleo can come on, uh, she's at a hotel that I think the very beginning of Psycho, if you remember, it starts in Phoenix, Arizona, and is I think she's embezzling money from a bank and trying to get on the run with her boyfriend, and then she winds up at Bates Motel, something like that. I think the bank is actually the hotel she's staying at, so they have a Psycho bar on the 13th floor or something, and everything's tied in with the movie Psycho because you see that building in the movie Psycho anyway. So hopefully she can show us that. I don't know if they let you take a phone and record it in a bar, but I don't know. We'll see what happens. What's going on here? Captain Strangelove, time travel, and I spent the day at a private sale of comics with locals. We had complimentary beer, whiskey, and cognac. Oh, these must have been high dollar books then. I did get some video and pictures, plus one tube of, I think that meant tub, one tub of 200 comics for $30. Oh, damn. That's pretty good. Archivist
Good
Adrift
deal.
says, so I wonder how he learned to create those statues. Art school, apprenticing. Yeah, I don't know. A lot of times, uh, yeah, I don't know. Um, a friend of mine who's passed away was special effects coordinator in Hollywood, and he worked on movies Bride of Reanimator and the Wishmaster series and a bunch of movies like that. Uh, Return of the Living Dead Part 3. So, and he worked with, he was good friends and worked with this guy. He was always talking about him, who is now famous. Greg Nicotero. Yeah. I think Greg Nicotero is the guy that does the Creep Show TV series, and I think also the Walking Dead special effects in that TV series. But uh, anyway, my friend's not with us anymore. But a lot of I don't really know how you learn it. Some people, I think, just are self-taught through reading Fangoria and stuff. Yeah, yeah, tub. I didn't think you would have comics in a tube because then they'd all have rolled spines. Wow, I love those films, says Archivist Adrift. Interesting. Yeah, his name was Tom Ranoni. Anyway, uh, he's an old friend of mine from college. So what did you see me on Night Tiger, or did you hear him talk about me, or what? Also, when is he was doing a contest, and I think it was going to go till the end of the month, and it's the end of the month. I wonder if when he's going to announce that I won. I'm just kidding. I don't think many. I don't think he had more than a dozen entries. It may, it's pretty good odds. At least I don't think. I kind of looked through the chat, the comments, because one of the rules you had to put a link to it to your answer video to him, and I know Spinner Rack did a video entry for his contest. And, man, it's about the only person I think that I knew. Um,
I was
I
going to
saw
do it.
you
I
in
just never got around to it. So
I saw you in the 2000 sub giveaway, which I also replied to. Oh, okay. Well, then I'll have to look at your. I wonder if I already subscribed to your channel. I will have to look. Been looking for a golden age comic guys to follow. Oh well, um, I assume you've already followed Captain Strangelove, and if you don't follow Jambo, he's he's a big golden age guy. I'm sure you've seen him on Night Tiger's channel. Uh, I don't have that much golden age, not for not wanting it. It's just that's never been something I've ever seen much or thought that I could afford. And sometimes you can afford it, and it's, oh man, $30, $40, and it's a book that's 80 years old. But then problem with that is you get addicted to it, and then,
Yeah.
well, it's only $30, $40, so I bought 80 of them this month, and then you're
You're about to get
that,
some in the mail, though.
well, yeah, they haven't been mailed yet, but yeah, I've got to pay for them. But yeah, that's true. I mean, I love Golden Age. And I'll be showing some soon on my show. Yes, so. But I don't have a collection like Night Tiger. I wish. Uh, Archivist says also seemed that you might be into punk, which was great. Oh yeah, well I'm into a lot of different kinds of music, but yes, I definitely follow Jambo. Oh okay, I will. Oh I will. I mean, he says, let me look and see if I've already subscribed to Archivist the Drift. Hold on.
I will follow you, sir, if I haven't already, if that's okay. I know some people don't like a lot of followers, but I will definitely
What?
follow you if
What?
that's okay.
Why would someone not like a lot of followers?
There's people that don't like that. They will unsub from your channel because they don't want to be followed and stuff. I'm not sure.
That's weird. What?
Yeah.
That makes no sense. Yeah, I'm actually already subscribed, but I haven't rung the bell for notifications. I'll have to do that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm subscribed to Archivist Adrift.
Archivist, do you have Golden Age yourself? And do you show some
Yeah.
on your
I,
channel?
I just saw a thumbnail where he's holding a weird science comic, so I would say that
Nice.
that would be affirmative. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. It looks like that's a good channel. That and it would be great if you came on the show sometime. Maybe we're always looking for new people, man. Um, what is going on? And is that Myers? What is going on?
I don't think I'd find it boring because that's what I talk about and like. So, oh, what's
You know,
Meyer got going on there?
well, he has these little clear things that hold the action figures in the air like they're
Right.
flying.
That's Better Ray Bill in the background there.
Yeah,
And
yeah, it's
maybe
a Beta Ray
Gene
Bill
Simmons.
on a clear flight stand. Yeah, there's a Gene Simmons.
Is
There's
that
a
the creature from Empire Strikes Back there in the foreground?
yeah. This is
Uh,
the Wamp.
yeah,
Not the is it a Wampa? Yeah,
I can't remember.
it's the
Yeti
Wampa.
monster is what
It's
I
the
called it.
Wampa.
Yeah.
It's the thing that was going to eat Luke
Right.
Skywalker. Darn it, Han Solo had to save him at that moment. I would have been fine if he would have just ate him.
Now, Archivist, I find the conservation channels really fascinating. That Jerry the Jitterbug, I was following him every day before I went to work. He was rebuilding this X-Men #1. It was
Hmm.
really fascinating. It was not something I think I could ever do myself, but it's interesting how he creates new old paper. He mixes together paper pulp to make it the exact color to match the page so we can put in a chunk of paper that was gone. And it's just amazing what he is able to do.
You guys want to do like a real quick story time? It
Sure.
is it is comic book themed. I just figured let's do
All
it.
right.
So I'll just sit here. I'm finishing smoking real fast. Hold on. But it's going to be about this girl that I met at Larie's little shack by the railroad track. Her name was Tara. It's obviously comic book themed because she looks like Supergirl. She was dressed like Supergirl unintentionally. She wasn't even a Superman fan. She just had the shirt that she probably got at Marshall's or something. I don't know. Anyway, this bar that I used to go to in this town where I used to own a house called Rockland, California, there was a bar that was in walking distance of my house. And so because it was in walking distance of my house, I became a real regular because I was working 2 jobs at the time, and I was divorced and had this terrible 50-50 custody going. So my house would be empty for without my kids for days it felt like for days. And I had this 3-bedroom, 2-bedroom ranch house that I eventually sold and did okay with. But at the time that I met Tara, which on the back of this says February of 2000. So this picture is from 25 years ago, almost exactly, which means I was 35 years old when I took this picture. And she was probably about 25, I think. And so this bar I used to go to frequently. I'd get home from work and it was just me and my dog, and I'd feed my dog, kind of like what Kevin does. And then instead of sticking around the house, because I was just previously divorced and didn't have my kids, I'd walk 2 blocks to the bar. So then I got to know the bartender there, Mandy, and I got to know this guy, Chris, that was the cook there, which was kind of the best thing about this bar, was that not only was this a great small local like kind of dive bar, but they had great karaoke, but they also had a great little kitchen that had like $2 Taco Tuesdays. And the guy that was the cook there, we would pal out there on the smoking veranda, and we'd like smoke a bowl of cannabis, and we became friends. We hung out. So then one night I go there and it's like a Wednesday or something, and the place is almost empty, but karaoke's still going. Karaoke used to be my thing. I used to use karaoke to meet women a lot. So I would sing certain songs depending on the time or the place or whatever, and sometimes I would be able to get girls' attention and stuff. But in this situation, I wasn't trying to do that. I'm just having fun, hanging out with my friends that happen to work there. But this girl is there, and she's at the bar with these 2 older guys. One of them is in a wheelchair, and they kind of look like biker types and everything. And so I thought that all 3 of them were together. And when I first saw this girl, I kind of thought that she was like, I don't know. Anyway, but anyway, I ended up going out for a smoke, and she goes out, and I meet her out there on the veranda for a smoke. And I learned that her name is Tara, Tara, which is real close to Supergirl's name, Kara. But in addition, it's like it's who Warlord is always looking for. So I tell her that her name is from a real great comic book called The Warlord. And there's like a bunch of issues that are all about him looking for a girl that has her name. And I ended up picking up this girl, or she ended up being interested in me, and she comes home with me. And we have a great time for a couple, 3-4 months. And I guess the end of the story is that one morning she taught my sons what a Dutch oven was. And so what my kids remember most about Tara, when they see this picture, or my son has seen this picture, and he goes, oh, I remember her. She taught us about the Dutch oven. And I said, yes, that's her. She taught you guys what a Dutch oven was. Anyway,
Well, that's a pretty good store-bought Superman shirt with it almost looks as good as George Reeves, at least what I'm looking at, the tiny picture.
she's probably never read a Superman comic in her life, other than what the comics that she saw when she lived with me for about 4 months.
Yeah.
Real nice girl. We didn't even break up. It was I sold the house and moved. It was and the entire, never even fought with this girl, never any problems at all for the entire time that we were together. She was very cool. Yep. That's the whole story about this girl in the Superman or Supergirl shirt.
Wow. Well,
It's a cool picture.
yeah.
Yeah, sometimes you can capture moments. And I was really amazed that I hung on to that picture, because so many of my pictures of girls over the years got thrown away or destroyed by other girls. If I could only have figured out a way to keep all of the pictures of all of my girlfriends from the time I was about 18 or 19 until now, and all the letters and everything, I would be so happy if I had managed to do that. But I dated and lived with and was married to like hands full of like jealous women, so everything got threw away, dude. I have very little. It's kind of a bummer.
Every picture tells a story, they say. So yeah.
Yeah. This reminds me of that Paul Simon song. Let's see. Captain Strange Life. Larry at Flying L Comics is another comic conservationist that I like. Yeah, I don't know if that name doesn't really sound something, but it's possible I'm subscribed to that person, but because I'm always subscribing to people, but I don't really realize I'm subscribed to them unless YouTube, gives me reminders or something, or shows me.
You guys remember this series?
Oh yeah, let's
Yeah,
get you. Oh my. Oh no, I got I did the wrong thing. Add to stage. I'm sorry. I was trying to give you solo layout, and I did.
Oh, you're
Okay, yeah, yeah. That's a great series. Yeah,
This is
Yeah, it
Michael
was.
Flesher. Is that who wrote that, Jamie?
I'm not sure.
usually I think yes.
I
With
think you're right.
Michael
Yeah,
Fleischer.
They're really good.
we'll find out real fast.
They're really dark. I like they're good.
Oh, look at Meyer with the big brain again. Yeah,
Yeah, I like these.
they were fun.
Yeah,
I think I've got almost all those, I believe.
yeah. Michael Fleischer was a great writer.
So we
Yeah,
Kirby
That's a nice cover. Well, they're all good.
and
Whoa.
is that a facsimile or the
it's
real
fake.
thing?
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
fake.
Oh, it's a
But
facsimile.
DC does it right, man. I mean, it looks the
Beautiful.
same except for that right there, but you
yeah,
know, still great to read it and all that stuff.
sure. Yeah, that's a comic I need to. I've been wanting to explore.
Now you got you some of those from Mike.
I think there's one coming. I
Yeah.
as I recall, but I'd like to. Oh, my wife's friend Kimberly. Well, she's my friend too. What am I supposed to? Kimberly is who's with my wife right now. Saying hello. I have that. I bought that at Kmart when it came out. I man, that's the outfit she should have stuck with. And
It
if
was
they had
so good.
gotten an
The cover's
actress that
so
was
good too.
attractive to play her
This one too.
and had
These
that
are good.
outfit, maybe the movie would have been
Right.
worthwhile.
Right.
Yeah, I
I
really
bought
like
that
this.
one when it came out too.
It's like 8th grade for me.
Yeah, I actually have that. It's amazing.
Yeah.
'Cause that one I didn't buy when it came out. I bought that later.
Who is that? Mike Plug on the interiors there with that? I think Mike Plug.
This Adams on the cover, but yeah, I think it may have been Plug on the inside.
Yep. So good. Oh, I love these. The photo covers that were happening here with this Shazam title.
That's
There's
a
another one too. And I was wondering whose kids these are, and I think these might be someone's kids.
right.
Like Sheldon
Probably.
Mayer's kids or something like that. Or grandkids or something.
Yeah,
Don't you think, Jamie? You think
I think
maybe?
so. Yeah.
Yeah, I have that one. Yeah,
I have
that's
it.
good stuff.
It was fun, though.
This one doesn't have a board.
Yeah, they
This was
used
a
to
good
not have
time. Ron
boards.
Burns drawing in some of those. That was a good time. So many fun titles in the late 70s.
I love these. When I was a kid, this was one of the things I was getting off the spinner rack was 2-in-1.
Oh, they're good. Look at that.
Yeah, I remember buying the first issue. That was
Because I was heavy into the Fantastic Four at the time, and anything
right.
with Ben Grimm, the thing, I was all into it.
Well, I had just discovered the Fantastic Four when Marvel 2-in-1 #1 came out,
Hmm.
so I immediately got that because there was another book on the stands with the Fantastic Four.
I have 2 of these.
Oh,
Yeah, I have that one. That's a great issue. That was like a 25-cent bin comic. I'm pretty sure I bought it for 25 cents in 8th grade. And then now it turns out that that's kind of worth something a little bit now.
well,
Nobody
those
cares.
Ant-Man movies were fun until the last one, which was
Right.
This is such a good time. I have that one too. Egghead. Oh man, this title, dude. I wish I had kept all these too. Remember how we talked the other day about the Spidey, what's it
Super
called?
Stories.
The Spidey Super Stories.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And so I had a bunch of those and a bunch of fun and games, and as well as all my funny animal and Archies, I gave them all to my little cousins when I left for the army. Like
Oh,
I just
man.
didn't even, I just gave them
None of the
away.
puzzles or anything was worked in this, so it has no pencils or
Oh, that's
crayons or anything on the inside of it. Man, this one's cool because it's a
Yes.
Jim Steranko Western cover.
Yeah. There's a few Western titles from that time period that just have amazing covers. That's one of them. I have that, and there's another one. They had a Wyatt Earp comic, and there's a few covers on the Wyatt Earp early '70s comic that are just spectacular.
Captain Marvel. I didn't have anything. I was just looking through this box. I had next to here. I think that's a wraparound cover, I believe. Maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I was just digging through some stuff here.
Yeah, man, I wish you were here locally because last night our air conditioner didn't start.
Oh no.
And what is normally the problem? Just like a capacitor or something?
It could be a couple of things. I mean, your outside unit. A lot of times, people will, if it has a thermostat wire running to the outside unit out there, sometimes they'll clip it with the weed eater or something like that.
Yeah, I didn't do
And
that.
or if it has a place in it and the wire makes contact with something metal, it'll ground out and pop a transformer.
Okay.
Transformer is not expensive. It's under $20.
Yeah.
But yeah, it could be several things. I mean, it could be a fuse popped on it. Or maybe you're on
Yeah.
your disconnect box out there. If it has a fuse going to the disconnect or on the unit itself, sometimes they have an integrated fuse on them, and it could be popped.
Yeah.
What happened? I mean, you turned it on and just nothing happened. Was the
Yeah.
air blowing out the vent at all?
No, we ran it. It seems like a month ago. There was one day that was hot enough that I turned it on and it kicked on outside. But last night, yesterday it got up over 80 degrees,
Okay.
and my wife was going on a trip today,
Yeah.
and she thought she was getting a fever because she didn't realize it was getting hot outside, and she thought it was her that she was getting sick, and I told her no, it's really hot out, let's turn on the air conditioner, and then it didn't come on, and so
So
that's
no air blowing out the vent, not even hot air.
no.
Okay. That
Well, the heating system is separate.
right.
The heat doesn't come out of that vent. uh, it's well um, you
Because
know
you have an air handler that goes and pushes air across the evaporator coil, and if that air handler is not working, yeah, nothing's going to work. Nothing's going to happen with your outside unit or anything like that. So that sounds like it's either, like I said, that transformer, or you have a fuse that is popped,
yeah, so it
stopped
sounds like
working, and it could be an inexpensive thing. You know what I'm saying? Uh,
yeah. Yeah, it's usually, back in Texas, I had my friend Gerald who would who helped me with that. And it's a cap. He's always telling me it's a cap. It was a cap and everything. An old radio that didn't work, a
yeah.
TV. It seems like he says, you
Anything
know,
that has a motor, yeah, a lot of times they have a capacitor to start them up, or help them go. So,
yeah.
mhm.
So anyway, I took the little air conditioning uh, uh, control
Mhm.
off and I changed the batteries out, uh, thinking maybe that had something to do with it, but it didn't affect anything. And um, the air conditioning is all um, like, let me give myself full screen. Uh, like, see, this here is the air conditioner going up in every level. It's just this one central
Okay. Okay.
thing
So yeah,
coming
you
up
got one
from,
hub that controls everything, and that is
yeah.
the supply right there. That's where the air comes out. That's not a return, is it?
No, well, no, that's where it comes out. Uh,
Okay.
this is, I
Yeah.
think, maybe
Okay.
a return,
Yeah.
and this over here is.
Okay.
But the heating is all along the floorboards. It's a different thing coming from a boiler,
Okay. So you have baseboard heat and
baseboard heat. So
yeah.
the um,
So
the
that
air
was your
con-
thermostat over there that was
well, there's
round.
a thermostat for this level, but it's not the main one. The main one that controls everything, that turns where you turn it from heat to cooling, is
Hmm.
on the third level, and it's
So the other ones are kind of like zone sensors then.
I guess so. Yeah, they
Yeah.
control that level, but they're not going to work at all unless the um, see here
Okay.
it says it's 76. It says cool on fan audit, you know. So um,
Okay.
so
And
so
nothing's coming
the
out your vent. So yeah, that tells me that something's going on with the air handler part of it. Uh,
so actually see the air. This is a bookcase, right?
hmm.
But there's actually they put in this part the air is behind it, so this door doesn't open. It's they've done that,
Oh, okay.
and then so all the air, and then it comes out here too, and
Uh-huh.
then up here in the attic where it comes out is in the floor, uh, right here.
Okay.
So right now it's not as bad because it's kind of cooling off. We're supposed to get some storms maybe.
Yeah,
But
yeah, I think we got some coming too. Um, yeah, I mean, it sounds like it's in the air handler part of it. Gratu, I mean, like I said, it could be just a fuse because most of those have built-in fuses in them, or it could be uh, the like I said, the transformer. But it doesn't sound like nothing is. It's not getting the signal back from the thermostat because there's nothing going out to the thermostat. It's not sending the power out to the thermostat to tell it what to do. So you're
right.
losing probably low voltage signal there somewhere.
So there's nothing as far as making sure the taking a hose and making sure everything's clean out there. That's not the issue. It's
Not if you don't have any air coming out your vents inside. That's something that's going to be on the inside there. Because the fan should be running anyway. You know what I'm saying? It should be blowing air, even if it's warm air, or room temperature air. Uh, it should be doing that anyway, whether that
right.
unit's running outside or not.
Right. Well, down in the basement is where you got
Okay.
So I guess that's where the air is sucked in, and then see, this has all been Frankenstein. Originally, there would have been a fireplace that, and they took that out.
I got
I
you.
think that's where that was, and um, um, and then in here, this is the boiler,
Okay.
and then this this something to do with the air conditioning, but I don't know.
Yeah, that's a condensation probably drain.
But outside, yeah, the unit's not on. It's just
Right. But that's the unit that you were in the room with there. That's the unit that it's kind of like the brains to everything. It tells the outside unit when to come on and stuff like that. That transformer is not working. It's not going to do anything.
okay. So where do they need to do the work, in the outside unit or in
The
that?
inside's what it sounds like to me from what you're telling me. If nothing's going on, you're not getting air at all out of your vents.
Uh,
That means that is not working down there. So
so that device I took off the wall and put new batteries in, that's the problem. Yeah, because that's a new thing.
maybe not. I mean, it could be the air handler itself. Like I said, they have fuses in them too, so
Okay. 'Cause I don't think the unit outside was buzzing or doing anything. It was
right. That means, yeah, it's not getting a signal from the inside unit.
hmm. Oh well, I don't think people are that interested with my problems.
Your
Uh,
guy that worked on your boiler, has he ever fooled with that air conditioner or anything?
yeah, it's the same guy that installed
Hmm.
that newer thing there,
Yeah.
and he's worked on this,
He
previous
may yeah, he
owners.
may have been the one that installed it. He would probably know. I mean, it doesn't sound like it's something major. I mean, it just sounds like maybe like I said, you've got a naked wire touching on the low voltage or something like that, or something that's popped a fuse, or sometimes when you start them up, if they've been shut off for the whole season, the first time you turn them on, they have a little bust fuse in the disconnect, which is the power disconnect. Sometimes they will pop
Yeah.
and stop it from getting power.
Well, the thing is, the local guy, he, he sometimes it'll take him 6 months to send the bill, or some people say they've never gotten the bill,
Mm,
and so I don't know. Um, but he came out and helped us with. We didn't have heat; it was horrible, and it
yeah.
was like, and then the home. Oh, my wife had some insurance that she bought for things like that, and so it's like, well, that'll pay for it, but he has to send us the bill first, and then it's like, well, apparently they wanted him to contact them, and he never called. It's like, well, so you can't say I'm a deadbeat. I've never been given a bill, and it's weird to just call them up. Oh, we need something else done. The way it was, it's just different in a small town. Back in Texas, you paid before they left instead of
Yeah.
maybe a year later you might get a bill. It's just I guess he's got enough money where he's just does. It's not a big deal. I don't know exactly. It's
Yeah,
very
he may have
strange.
not been too worried about it.
What about my fuse box?
Hmm.
Yeah. Well, there's fuses, but I don't even understand them because they're the old style fuses from the 50s or 40s or
Mama's got
maybe
a fuse
30s.
box. She plays all night.
What's
Daddy don't take no rest, but she's
yeah?
playing all night.
I had an idea that I thought would get a lot of views and possibly a lot.
What
And
was
I
it?
presented it to my wife, and she says, absolutely not, because Well, my idea was, because this place used to be a funeral home from I don't know, 52 to
Mhm.
1972.
Right.
And before, I thought, well, why don't I just have the camera go all night in this room, and we'll say it's like you're watching the stream to see if you
Yeah,
could
like
see
that movie,
paranormal activity.
Innkeepers, and the hotel in this town is just all about ghosts. There's a
Well, I
whole
just thought, well, I
ghost.
thought that'd be cool because people will watch and they'll watch
Right.
to see. But she says, no, you're putting a bug in our house, and what if I have to go downstairs and I forget the camera's going? It's like over my dead body. I don't know what word she used, but probably more colorful than that. So, but now since she's not here, I thought maybe I'll go to sleep tonight and start a separate stream that's like a ghost watch stream. I don't know what terminology to put in the title, but I thought maybe I'd wake up and have 1 million views or something.
There's a lot of that stuff on YouTube. I mean, people that have put up scary videos where they see paranormal or ghosts and stuff like that, and caught on film, and stuff like that. So,
Well, you could easily fake it. All it takes is for these
yeah,
cats to start wrestling with each other in this room, or I don't know. I
I
could
think your
play.
mind lets you see what you want to,
I could
what you
play
want to see
Halloween sound
sometimes.
effects down in the basement and then have it. They'd hear it. I don't know. I probably won't do that, but
I don't
oh,
know. It kind of sounds
paranormal
intriguing,
life.
man. You might get a lot of views if you did something like that.
Hans suggests calling it paranormal live stream.
There you go.
Maybe. You guys want to look at one more picture? Here's another
Yes.
picture of a friend of mine that ties into the show as well. This is my friend Greg. This is from a photography class in 9th grade. Look, he
Oh,
autographed the back. This is Greg Lopez. So this guy, first of all, he went through this barefoot stage where he refused to wear shoes, and he was a really good skateboarder. This is 1980 right here. This is 1980.
okay.
Oh yeah.
This is at school. And he wore like bell bottoms that were all ripped at the very bottom,
Mm.
and he was barefoot, and his feet were real tough and but not real dirty because he showered every day. But I mean, he was intentionally barefoot. No one could make him wear shoes. But when I went to his house for the first time, so his parents were wealthy, and he was an only child and had a really big room, and the house was really big with the open floor plan, the wide staircase and everything. But when I first went to his house, his parents or his mother was having some sort of a party or dinner party, and we walked through their kitchen, and on their kitchen counter was like one of those watermelons that was cut in half, that the edges were all jagged, and inside of the watermelon was all of these melon balls, and I had never seen a melon ball before. I'm serious. And so I was like kind of fascinated by the melon balls, and you could just eat whatever. She's like, oh, here's Greg and his little friend, and we just like walked right through the kitchen and made ourselves plates and everything. So we go up to his room, and the first time I go into his room and see his room is one wall was nothing but that cork board that were like cork board tiles that were glued to the wall. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? That were like
Yes.
I've seen that.
so it was like the ideal wall for like a teenager in 1980. So it was the first time I saw like a complete collection of wacky packs. Greg was so wealthy that he had all these wacky packs, and they were all stuck right to a section of that wall, and I was like amazed by that. Yeah. But anyway, there you
Wow.
go. But then check it out. He goes on. He went. Remember, he had this barefoot stage. Then, as an adult, he lost all of this. All this hair is gone. He no longer wears a bandana. He's no longer flipping people off all the time and everything, and like smoking cigarettes and weed and everything. He became a Porsche. Partial owner of a Porsche dealership in Santa Cruz, and I'm pretty
Oh,
sure he's retired now. Maybe even moved to Mexico or something. I don't know, but he ended up well off. And so it was interesting that from being barefoot to driving and selling Porsches for a living.
well, there's something about the barefoot thing. They call it grounding, where they suggest that you walk
Mhm.
around barefoot sometimes on the grass. That It helps your health. My wife was telling me about something like that.
Yeah, I'm sure that's a thing.
And there's some conspiracy guy that was all around during the pandemic, and I think his name is Sasha Stone, and he kind of looks like a guru or someone that would be in a Led Zeppelin type band in the early '70s, but he's always surrounded by girls. But he's a very, I think he's Australian. He is very articulate, uh, guy talking about conspiracy theories and stuff. But yeah, he just goes through an airport barefoot. He never wears shoes. But I'm sure he's into that, science of grounding. But I don't know much. Yeah, I haven't seen him in a while. My wife used to have him on occasionally. Uh, yeah. Well, I wonder. I guess Kevin's coming back. I guess I should have the link more. If I guess if the link is like real recent, then it makes it easier for people to get on without having to scroll up. Because I was hoping my wife and her friend would come on if they can. And
Watch. Hold on. Let me check my watch.
well, right here it's 10:32, so it's 8:32 your time
And it's
and their
Grinch
time.
o'clock over here.
Oh my gosh.
It's Grinch o'clock over here.
Yeah, it's 11:32 here.
I've got the Grinch watch.
That's cool. Does it really open up?
No, it's just this little bracelet that I set
Oh,
over
it's a
on the table.
bracelet.
It's for Jude. It's not mine. It's over here on the table to
Oh,
give to my daughter-in-law.
The Oscar?
Yeah, it's a happy Oscar.
Oh.
well, he'd be happy sometimes. Well, trash made him
Yeah,
happy.
this is the first of the month, right when he gets his VA check. Because Oscar's definitely who's like a homeless veteran living in the trash can, probably Vietnam vet, I think, and always having flashbacks. And so they're in the can, and so this is him on the first of the month.
The very earliest episodes of the first season of Sesame Street, he was orange,
Really?
and then he just became green. Yeah, I've got
Don't
some old
remember that.
Sesame Street books from when I was a kid. They're like photo books and I was that started when I was 4 in 1969. So, and I was buying the memorabilia. Right, I was like one of the first fans of that
Mhm.
because that was something they played in Germany. But it's weird, they had the head of PBS and NPR. They were grilling them on at Congress the other day about whether or not they need government funding, taxpayer funding, or whether they could just be funded by these rich people that get their tote bags. Uh, anyway, Sesame Street isn't even on PBS anymore. It's
Oh,
on
really?
HBO. Yeah, so the whole point of Sesame Street, helping kids in the inner city learn to read and
Hmm.
write, you have to have a subscription to HBO to even see it. And ever since that show was taken over by that hideous Elmo character, and uh, it it's not, but it was really good, and you can watch the early episodes on YouTube. And it really was good. It was entertaining. It's entertaining to me even now. It's really well done. I don't think you couldn't say that about it now or anything. Everything seems to have just gotten horrible. Especially
Yeah.
like right now. I guess started 5 minutes ago would be Saturday Night Live, but I haven't watched that in how many decades has it been since I watched an episode? It's just like
Yeah, it's
it's
just not
still
very good
on.
anymore. It
No,
really
it's
isn't.
still on, but I don't think I would have. I've since maybe 1979. It hasn't been the great show that it once was.
We still watched it though, so I can remember like not so much in about 1984, 1985 when I was in the Army. It wasn't important enough at that point when I'm like 20 or 21 years old to be home on Saturday night because I wasn't. But before I joined the Army, I was working in a restaurant a couple different times, right? As a busboy and a barback. And when we got off work on Saturday night, if we're off early enough and back home at the apartment when I was like 18 or 19, we were watching Saturday Night Live. So at that point was about 1983 or 84. But
Well, yeah,
it was still good. It was still good. We
as
were
I
still watching,
recall,
but
there was a really bad season after all the original people left. That was the season where they had some guy named Charles Rocket, and I think he said the F word on the show. And but that was a real bad season. Then the next season, I think, is when Eddie Murphy came in, and I think
Right.
there was some good stuff then.
They had some pretty good stuff. Yeah,
And
with
then,
Eddie Murphy and what was the other guy?
well, but it
Joe
just, yeah,
Piscopo and a few of the other ones. They were
yeah,
okay.
it just never was good like the
Right.
70s. But
You're not going to beat the not ready for prime time players, you know.
but
So
in '84, they did bring in a couple of people that they brought in Christopher Guest, who was one of the National Lampoon. He should have been brought in '75 when they started it because he was really as in the National Lampoon Radio Hour. He was right there with John Belushi and Bill Murray as the you could tell he was the best of the guys. And but when he came in '84, the scripts weren't that good, but he
mhm.
had a lot of talent. And they brought in, I think, Paul Schaefer, not Paul Schaefer. What's his name? Harry Shearer. What's the guy's name from The Simpsons?
Harry Shearer.
Harry
Yeah, Harry
Shearer.
Shearer. I think you're right.
He and Christopher Guest came in that season. Uh, but since then,
Was that about
it's
the time they were doing the Spinal Tap movie? Also,
I think so.
I think.
the Spinal Tap movie.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah, I guess
it
it
was close to that
was.
time, I believe.
They're doing a sequel to that now.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, they should leave
Uh,
it alone. I mean, if it's like everything else is done now, I mean, it just ruins. You know.
well, Christopher Guest has the talent that I mean, if you're doing an aging
Yeah.
band, then he could probably. Rob Reiner was the director. You'd say he's the director of it, but I don't. It was all improvised, so really
Mhm.
he had nothing to do with it except as this fake narrator of it. But it was all them improvising, so you can't really credit him. But he's also back doing the sequel to Spinal Tap. But yeah, I don't know. It just. But my whole point is everything that's great just seems to decline and get shittier. Uh, and
Notice how there's no original new ideas either. It seems like they just keep digging up stuff and redoing it. I mean, it's like
right,
the Snow White thing. I mean, why? Why do a movie? You know?
yeah. Well, Eric, is the auction over? Must be if he's here. Um, I hear Eric, you adopted a cat. Is that correct? Maybe Eric will come on. Here's the
Maybe you
link
could do
from.
a paranormal video with your cat in it. Seems like you said you got a lot of views from the cats and the
Oh
cat
yeah,
videos. So maybe if you find out a way to combine the two, paranormal activity and cat,
Brilliant idea.
sure.
could
Oh
be a
yeah, I'll
super
figure
great.
something out. The cats are have completely changed the demographics. Now I've got younger viewers. I've got more female viewers. But whether they stick around, I don't know. But for right now, it looks more like it isn't just a whole bunch of guys from age 55 to 64, which is what it showed before. But yeah, I'll make it a cat centric channel. I don't. I mean, comic books are interesting in the context of the they're part of a world that I love, but alone comic books are, it's just like, okay, I'm just going to eat corn. But there's other, you could have a great Thanksgiving meal, but okay, you're only going to eat mashed potatoes, but nothing else.
In this
Because I
stack of
look at,
pictures, this is the stack of pictures that that picture of Tara came out of, and the
yeah,
picture of Greg came out of. There's only like 15 or 20 pictures here. There's randomly a picture of cats. These two
There you go.
Siamese cats are sitting on their square of the rug, right up against the furnace, the heater, which you guys were just talking about.
Are those some
yeah,
kind of Siamese cats?
Yeah, they're Siamese cats,
There you go. Siamese twin cats.
just like from that movie.
Right.
yeah. But what I'm trying to say is, as far I look at, I collect the stuff that kids loved in the middle of the 20th century that parents hated and teachers hated and they wanted to get rid of and throw away. So comic books are one part of it. Rock and roll records, it's bubblegum cards, everything, toys that like kid culture. So when people say, well, comics are for adults too, or what about these graphic novels? It's like, no, that's not what I'm interested in. I'm interested in rock and roll culture, and comic books are part of it. And so I really like the comic books from this time period. And really it cuts off before even the 70s end as far as really being attractive to me. So I that's how I look at it. So I see other comic shows, and they'll show a comic from the '60s or early '70s, then they'll show something from the '90s, and it's like, wait a second, how does that fit with that? It, I mean, it might have Spider-Man on the cover, but that's not my Spider-Man. That's not Spider-Man because it's not drawn by Ditko or Ramita. So I don't accept that Spider-Man. And right now, I'll spoil something that you're not supposed to know till Wednesday, but everyone else has spoiled it. Kevin told me the other night because looking through the new Marvel comics, now apparently Venom is Mary Jane. And she says the face of tiger, bullshit. So now that's gonna apparently
Nice.
shock all the idiots on Wednesday of next week, and it's stupid. It's they've run out of ideas.
They have. They really have. Well, no, people are just not as creative as they was back in the day, and they can't think of new stuff, and it's just, yeah, it's not
And
very
in the early '70s,
good
it was
writers
all,
like they
all
used
about
to
monsters. Like you showed, even adventure comics became weird adventure, and I
have.
love that time period. And there's no today. I don't think there's any Mike Klug or
Mm-mm.
or any of these guys, Bernie Wrightson. They just don't exist today. And I've discovered this artist. Well, I didn't discover him. He's been around since the '90s. Uh, and now I can't remember his name.
Oh,
What the artist I kept talking about, man? What did I? It's just guess well, I'll remember it later tomorrow.
that's a
But
great picture.
um, but and Steve Root is a good artist of today, and Alex Ross. But
Yeah, I like Alex Ross and stuff, and yeah, some of the other ones. But I mean, usually they're doing a cover, and then when you open the book up, of course, you got like like 2 or 3 word bubbles per page, and that's about it.
yeah, Library 8. The Mike collection has been divided, and everyone's paid for their section except I'm going to pay tomorrow night at midnight.
Almost.
I get paid, and I don't think anything's been sent out yet. Um,
Look
uh,
at this guy in front of this white. Who could this guy be in this blue shirt in front of this beautiful white 1990 Mazda RX-7? That's me. That's
But
the
you, I
first time I
can't.
bought it. It's the first time I bought a car off the lot, like brand new.
Nice.
Stupid
oh,
mistake, right? Really dumb mistake. Yeah, this is,
Hmm.
I think, again, 1990.
were you in the military at this point?
Yes, yeah, I'm a sergeant in the army right here.
Okay.
Hmm.
At what
My
at
sister's house. This is parked in front of my sister's house.
right?
What's
is sometimes guys wear their uniform everywhere, or their what is what context, what situations does that happen?
So you would wear your uniform everywhere?
Well, like, or they're let's see, like, is it on base that you wear it all the time?
While you're
Like,
on duty, while you're on duty, you're in uniform, but when you're off duty, you're not in uniform. But you
oh,
could choose
okay.
to be in uniform off duty if you wanted to be. Um,
Okay, well, I mean, I like sometimes you see people just in the gas station, or eating at a restaurant, and they've got their, whatever, maybe you don't call it a uniform, just the fatigues, or the,
yeah, that's a
yeah,
uniform. That's a
okay,
uniform.
okay, right. Well, I don't know. I wasn't sure if at some point you're supposed to wear it all the time when you're in public, or I don't know.
So if you were at work, like in transit, while you're on duty, then you would be wearing it. Um, but when you're not at work, like this picture is me taken probably on the weekend. But at this
Uh-huh.
point in my life, I was really trying not to look like I was in the army. Like this is between being stationed in Korea and being deployed to Desert Storm. That's what this period is. And I wasn't like real outwardly proud of being in the military. And when I traveled, because of my rank, because I was E5 and above, they didn't want you to wear a uniform. So I was in civilian clothes most of the time
uh,
purposefully. Yeah, and my hair was a little long too on top. Also just purposefully. I didn't want to
hey,
look like I'm in the
hey,
army.
Eric, sorry. um,
What's up, Eric?
Came in the middle of the story. How
Everybody.
you guys doing?
at what
Good.
point did the military decide that you don't, because in the 1800s you could have long hair like Custer and a long mustache. At what point was it okay? Everyone's going to be the same and have
So it had to do with World War I and trench warfare and
uh,
mustard gas and lice. So
uh,
everybody living together, that's why they shaved everybody's heads and made everybody, other than being on a ship, you couldn't grow a beard. That's basically, I think, the reason.
okay, all right. Well, that's interesting. What's been up, Eric?
Because you had to wear a gas mask. You can't have a beard, and they didn't want you having hair because of the lice reason.
That's why
Right.
Hitler shaved his face, or his most
Was
of
that
his mustache
maybe
off.
that's why he had the mustache that was real
Yeah.
small, because then you could wear a gas mask and it
Hmm.
didn't extend.
Yeah.
Oh, that actually makes sense.
I've seen the documentary, and that's exactly the reason why he did that. Had that mustache like
Wow.
that.
That's it's like, you finally realize, why did he do that? So man, you got a cat, Eric?
Well, right now I've got a lump on the couch.
Well, I mean, I saw a little bit of that show this morning, and they're talking about your cat's being inducted into the Legion of Superheroes or something.
The Legion of Peanut Pets, and then I walked into the other room and saw where it puked all over the floor,
Oh,
and so I said, "She does that again, she'll be in the Legion of Peanut Pets for less time than Cousin Oliver was on the Brady Bunch."
oh, no. Well, you got to accept that happens. No, that's part of having a cat. They tell you. Is this the first time you've had a cat?
Yeah, it's the story behind it was one of my best friends. They had to put his aunt in a home, and she had a couple of cats, and so they took one of them, but this one doesn't. It's too shy to be around other animals, and my friend already has 3 dogs and 2 cats, or 2 cats and three with one and 2 of the other. So his sister, same boat. So it's basically me or the pound.
Yeah.
So I tugged at the heartstrings, and then he said the magic words. He goes, "Look, we'll pay for it." He goes, it's my aunt's money. So he said, she's had all her shots. She's, trained. She's, et cetera, et cetera. And she was declawed early in life, and so I don't have to worry about her ripping things up. And so, if you want to wake up and come over and meet some new people,
Well, you have to accept that they tell you about hairballs, and you think
Yeah,
they're going to be
yeah.
little furry balls. That's not true. They look like turds, and they don't. Why don't they call them hair turds? I guess it doesn't sound as appealing, but you're going to have to accept that that's going to happen, and just like you would.
Yeah, I just wanted to make the cousin Oliver joke. I of
Well,
course didn't mean it. I'm already, Well, it's the first night. The poor thing was so scared
yeah,
that she went and hid behind a chair, and and did not move for the like 5 hours I was awake after that. And I came back down the next morning, and she'd moved about 4 feet. She went and hid behind a record crate under a table. But
yeah,
by that evening, she was, coming up on the couch, nestling against me and
yeah,
letting me pet her. And so, and then, like I said, she's very, very, affectionate. Because that's the thing, with cats is you never know what you're going to get. Some of them are just, like I said, they're very aloof. This one seems to like company as long as it's just one person, because I think anything more than that, spooks her. But, and I left the bedroom door open last night for the first time, and I woke up in the middle of the night, as old men are wont to do, and she's on the bed. So
how long have you had this cat?
5 days.
Oh, okay. And you've never had a cat, or have you ever had a dog?
When I was a kid,
Yeah.
we had a family pet growing up, and my sister's always kept 2 or 3 dogs, and I've pet sat before, and so but I, like I said, I don't have the, I really don't have the wherewithal to have a dog. I don't really have the finances and whatnot to take care of. And and when because dogs need attention. Cats, you can pretty much leave them alone for good chunks of time, because this poor thing was living by herself for a year in that house.
Yeah.
And like I said, no sound, no people except for when they would come down to feed her. And so I can tell she likes having someone around.
Sure.
And I said, I'm glad I did it, because I said it's.
Yeah, I almost could swear I was talking to you after a show about 5, 6 months ago, and I was saying you need to adopt a dog or a cat. Was that true, or did I dream it?
No, I think you did, and I think what I said was, I can't afford a pet, but like I said, since it's it was his aunt's pet, and they're just, like I said, basically she's paying for it. She doesn't know it. She doesn't know who she is anymore. So it's kind of a moot point.
But you say that, but if it's something you love, I mean, you've always got that. What is it? Chamber of Chills with the cover that the Misfits stole. I mean, that's a $20,000 comic.
Nah, I got about 8,300 for it. I already sold
you
it.
sold it?
Yeah.
Oh, is that? Oh, really? Okay. All right. So you already.
Yeah, it's just the market is just. I mean, you just can't get big bucks in the crime suspense stories with the severed head.
You
No
had that?
interest. I've been trying to sell that. No interest.
How much are you selling that for? Not that
We put it up for like 5,500, and not even a sniff.
You need to wait until everybody gets their new $5,000 check that everybody's supposedly going to get. That'll be the next. Yeah.
Well, the talk is what is it? Tuesday or Wednesday is supposed to be Liberation Day. And I think the ultimate goal is people that make less than $150,000 a year won't pay taxes anymore, and they're going to pretty much shut the IRS down mostly, and which would completely stimulate. And with all this Doge, they said once we save $1 trillion, everyone's going to get a check for $5,000 if they're taxpayers. So a lot of people probably howl, "Why am I not getting it?" Well, when was the last time you paid taxes? So all of that
that'll be me. So it's I've been on the gig economy for a lot of years, but I didn't think I'd get any of the stimulus money during the pandemic, but I did. So who knows? Who knows how
Well,
how they'll do that?
well, I don't know. I think things are going to get much better, but I don't. There's no telling what's going to happen from day to day.
Yeah.
But are you getting by okay? Have you?
It's getting close. I've got to find something soon.
Okay.
Because I really don't want to. I found out. I said that my comic collection isn't. That's not an option at this point. It's just not worth enough to mess with. And I don't want to sell the cards because I won't get shit for them. Because I said,
Baseball.
right, yeah. And I'd kind of like to, if I can, find something soon enough, I'd like to still have those because every once in a while it's fun to just, look through a set and, if you've never been a card collector, it's impossible to explain the appeal of pictures of men in uniform on cardboard. But each one represents sports history, and that's really the only thing I like better than comics as far as hobbies. I love sports history. I wish like hell people had thought to save games that were recorded decades ago. It just like as a music fan, I wish somebody thought to save all those Ed Sullivan episodes, with the Beatles and whatnot. But they always got taped over. And
Are there Beatles episodes of Ed Sullivan that don't? I think that was
so.
all
Yeah.
saved, wasn't it?
Or maybe it was some other appearances they made, but it's just it wasn't. No one thought to do that, which is, I guess, because I guess the television medium was just kind of dismissed. Which is why there's more old movies available than TV. But a story I've told us before, but I said that one of the most famous plays in World Series history was 1960 when the Yankees outscored the Pirates 72-27, I think. But the Pirates won the World Series because Bill Mazeroski had a walk-off home run. Well, Bing Crosby was a minority owner of the Pirates at the time. And he was so nervous about the World Series that he went to Europe to basically escape, to get his mind off it. Well, someone recorded the seventh game on kinescope, and they found the tapes in his wine cellar decades after he died. So they had Game 7 to show, and they made a big production out of it. They invited the living players, and Michael Keaton, who was 9 at the time, but he was the super fan, and they had the game. Otherwise, if he doesn't go to Europe, that probably wouldn't exist. And like I said, there's just so few of those. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. But like I said, it's and that's the thing. Like you look at a set of cards, and like I can look at like 1969. I'm 7 years old again. I can remember, where I was when I got, like you remember where you were when you got your first, comic books. Same thing with these cards.
Do you have any cards handy right there by you, or any like your favorites or special ones you could show right now?
Did you see Wednesday night on Micah's show? I said in honor of baseball season, I was going to show some of my favorites from 1952 to honor the year that Hans was born. Because he mentions that once in a while.
I saw a little bit of the show, but I didn't see that part. I was getting busy helping my wife get ready for her trip.
Yeah, these are all from 52. This is one of the Bowmans. Joe Nuxhall was the youngest guy to ever appear in a major league game. He was 15. He got his teeth kicked in, but he came back 8 years later.
He was 15 and he played in a major league game. When was that?
1944, because all the 2/3 of the league was in Europe.
Right, that explains it. But he still must have been an incredible player, right?
Oh, yeah, he was very good, but 15 he was overmatched. Now, this will give you an idea of what it was like then versus now. This is Carl Furillo, one of the better ball players of his era. He's also one of his other accomplishments was he helped build the elevators in the World Trade Center, because in those days you had to go to work after you finished your playing career.
Yeah, my grandfather, he wasn't a millionaire. He was get a job afterwards.
The team he played for the Dodgers. The 2025 Dodgers have a payroll of about $600 million. They just born too soon. Yogi Berra.
Oh wow. What year is that?
These are all 52.
All 52.
Yeah.
Wow. What did he say? Yogi Berra's with a famous quote. It's
Oh,
deja
God.
vu all over again.
Yeah, that he said. One of his stories was, "Mr. Bear, would you like us to cut your pizza into 4 slices or 8?" And he goes, "Oh, 4. I couldn't possibly eat 8."
Oh, that's classic.
Jackie Robinson.
Oh, that's
So that's worth more than any comic I have, except for that crime suspense stories. And here's Willie Mays, Topps rookie.
Oh wow.
He was my favorite player because we have the same birthday.
Well, I didn't know that Say Hey Willie was your favorite player.
Yeah. So now I became a fan in '69, and he was starting to fade by then. But I said if I got to my dad early enough in the day, we would talk baseball, and he would tell me stories. Stan Musial, Roy Campanella. This is easy because I was too lazy to put them away in the 3 days since the show.
That's that's why I kind of am one of the reasons I'm glad I was kicked out of being a fossil, because putting things back, it takes years sometimes to put things back after pulling them out for the show.
Yeah, I've seen your house though. You have a valid excuse. These belong in the next room. This is a guy that could have been one of the all-time greats, but if you remember the Cheers show, Sam Malone said he had a elbow problem. He bent it too much. That was this guy's problem.
Really?
But boy, could he throw hard. There's an old baseball expression: spawn and sane and pray for rain.
What is the oldest surviving entire game where the entire game is recorded?
As far as I know, someone found game 6 and 7 of the 52 World Series, and those are available on YouTube. There's Casey Stengel.
Yeah, my grandfather punched him out.
Yeah, pull that back up. Let's look at that card because there's a direct familial connection here.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, my grandfather punched him out. He charged the mound because my grandfather, I guess, was throwing at his head. And then the police said to my grandfather, "Do you want us to take him under the stands and finish the job?" Because they all hated him. Apparently, he was insulting my grandfather. Never talked about it. Uh, his kids were all raised Catholic. He married an Irish woman, but he was Jewish. And I think that Casey Stengel was saying some anti-Jewish things to my grandfather, and it's something about his mother. And you don't say things about guys' mothers, and so yeah, he punched him out. And in the local paper the next day, they did a parody of Casey at the bat, the poem, and in the final line, instead of "and Mighty Casey had struck out," it was "and Mighty Casey was knocked out." And I wish I could find that newspaper, or a facsimile of it somehow, but oh well.
I need to find that set somewhere in the other room of all kinds of old time players. I've been meaning to look, see if there's one of your grandfather.
Well, they made a first time card of his in the 90s.
Yeah, I think I have that series. That's why
Yeah.
I need to look. Bob Feller, who once raced a motorcycle with one of his pitches. There's the Bowman Willie Mays. And for those non-sports guys that are falling asleep out there, we're almost done. Here's
But you see,
another
this
good
is
sign.
all part of the same thing. It's what I was talking about 15 minutes ago, is the kid culture. This is all part of it, with comics, with music, with with model kits, toys. all of it's to me the same thing. And this may not be something that I collect, but it's all part of what it meant to be a kid.
Yeah,
BB guns, everything.
when Micah went to that toy museum and filmed a video there, like two big warehouses. I mean, I've never been a toy guy, but I was fascinated because it's like if it's the expression "game recognizes game," I think that applies to hobbies as well. Like the guys that have those awesome like monster collections and stuff.
Yeah.
Like,
Oh,
those
that's
are those are
another.
incredible.
I forgot to mention the monster stuff.
Yeah, it's and you're right about about music. I mean, I said the only reason I would have an album collection, but it's bad for business to be an album collector if you run a record store because you end up with a better collection than your store has stock. The reason why I was able to build my comic collection back up working at a comic shop was it was never that much of a priority to the guy running the store. Of course, it also led to me, I guess, being deemed dispensable. But
Well,
Billy Martin.
well, Scott from Last Frontier Comics is saying, I'm a huge baseball fan and card collector. I'm extremely, what does it say? Hold on. I'm extremely jealous of those 1952 Topps Bowman cards. That 52 set is beautiful. Too bad you don't have the mantle.
Now, I don't know if you were watching when I Wednesday night, but I had a chance to get the 52 mantle for $1,500, and I passed on it. And that card itself, because in mint condition, it's 7 figures. The one I passed on would probably be close to 100,000 now, but I've always been just a terrible when it comes to making those decisions. If there's like the man-eating tiger behind door 1 and one of the women that ends Jambo's videos behind door 2, I'm kicking down door 1 all day.
But you said it was 2,500.
1,500.
What does it cost now?
Oh, like I said, that card, wherever it is, would probably go for somewhere between 80 to 100,000 in the condition that's that same card.
But you didn't know that, and
I knew
$1,500 is a lot of money.
It was the most valuable card it was the most valuable Topps card. I mean, there's the 1909 Hannes Wagner that only has a handful of copies because he was very, very anti-smoking and had the cards pulled, and only like 7 got out. His last 2, Al Rosen and Johnny Mize. But yeah, I knew, but I probably spent that $1,500 on more cards instead of just the one. And it was just, I said, just really, really bad decision on my part. I mean, it's not, that was the worst decision than the guy that I bought comics from for 40 years begging me to buy Walking Dead #1, and I wouldn't do it.
When I first saw Walking Dead, the first time I saw it, I thought, well, this is pretty badly drawn. George Romero knockoff. And I guess. And then when I first saw Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, I picked up the first issue at Lone Star Comics and said, well, okay, this is some nerdy thing. They're trying to do Ronin mixed with X-Men, and they think this is funny. They're stupid little comic nerds' sense of humor. Well, it's just stupid bullshit, and I put it back on the rack. And I guess I should have bought it, but
I can't say for sure, but I'm pretty sure that Paul tried to get me to buy that too when it came out.
yeah.
I just,
Well, how would you know? It looked shitty.
Yeah.
They both look shitty. They were shitty looking comics. I mean, they were amateurish.
Well, the Walking Dead, Kirkman used to shop at the same stores I did.
Well, he was in Lexington stores too. I remember him coming in some of those Lexington stores and talking about stuff like that. He was working on comics and things like that. But I just thought it was just some nerd like a lot of the other guys that talking.
It was published by Image though, so it did have that at least.
Yeah.
But it just black and white zombie book just held no appeal to me, and I've never bought, I've never been one to buy multiple copies of comics thinking they're going to be worth money. I bought multiple copies of Man of Steel because I loved it so much, but there's a million of each of them. They're worthless. The few times I did try to do it, it was like Enron stock.
Yeah. Well, so Kevin, you're back home, it sounds like.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah. I heard your dog that does the Curly Howard impression.
Yeah, he had to feed his animals, and I was like, crap, I got to go home feed my animals.
So,
I might be back tomorrow.
I'm gonna drop out, guys. It's getting kind
all
of
right.
late for me, so I'm gonna call it a night. Good seeing everybody on
By the
here.
way, Jambo,
Catch
Well,
you later, Jambo.
it's nice
Where-
to drop by.
where's
Take
that
care.
dollar box you've been getting all that great stuff out of?
That came from Richmond, Kentucky at Collectibles.
Damn. I was hoping you were going to say it's right outside of Florence.
Well, I went up to that one not too long ago. I got that horror book that I showed on my channel. This.
Hold on, let me give you.
Nice. Yeah,
Yeah,
I saw it in one of your videos.
Yeah, I picked it up. I think it was about $40. So, and he had this and a bunch of gold key stuff, and he just had them thrown out there on the table. You know how they do up there, comics to games. And
Yeah.
I took it up there, and I think he was wanting like 50 or something like that for it, and I talked him down a little bit on the price. So,
Yeah, I last time I was out there, I told him, I said, if you ever need help, give me a call.
Yeah.
And didn't hear from him.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, they're good folks. I mean, I do like them. I said, yeah. I mean, God, but where would you start out there? The place looks like a bomb went off.
Oh, it needs a lot of love, man. I mean, it needs to get organized and stuff. And I don't know if he makes more money off his pinball machines and games or off the comics and stuff. Or he's starting to get a lot of Magic the Gathering and stuff like that in there now too.
My guess is he had money to begin with, because that's a lot of valuable real estate that those pinball machines take up.
Yeah,
and you got to play a whole lot of pinball to pay those off. And it'd be nice if they could take the next bay over. I never see anybody in that sandwich shop. Get another room for
expand,
stuff.
Yeah.
But they've already expanded twice. That used to be just the first one,
right?
Then they second, then the third. But
yeah, you should go up there, man. Hit him up for a job or something. I know he needs.
I told him, I said, call me if you need help. And I don't know Mike all that well. I know Tess really pretty well. She seems to be in there every time I go in.
Okay, yeah, and there's an older guy that works in there sometimes too.
Yeah, I don't know if he works there, if he just stands around and it's like the ambassador.
Right.
But I do know he let's just say he leans a bit to the left, and by that I mean he's fallen over.
Okay.
But he's a good guy. He loves his comics.
Yeah, he does like books. I mean, I like the store. I went back up to your old stomping ground up there too and checked it out, and I was kind of disappointed, really, to tell you the truth. I miss Paul.
If you wanted to get, I have noticed they have been buying some better stuff lately, but most of it goes straight to Whatnot.
Yeah.
And I think they're more interested in the other stuff. It's just, like I said, I mean, I've been out to lunch with Mark several times. I still consider him a very good friend, but I don't think, I said, I guess I was no longer the right fit for what they were doing, because I think this kind of pay lip service to the in-store stock of back issues.
Yeah.
And I will admit, I took advantage of the work for home thing probably more than I should have. But I said it is what it is, and but I said I wish them well. I hope they last, but I still got my employee discount. I haven't worked there for almost a year, so that's it wasn't a bad breakup by any stretch, but it's a good thing because
I still go in there hoping that I'll walk in there someday and there'll be a good collection to show up or something like that. But I don't think they're too concerned about it that much anymore. So
no, it's like I said, and if they do, it stays in the box till they put them on whatnot. And I know, but that's working for them.
Right.
So
I did find a short box that had some older stuff in it and some bronze things and a little bit of silver. And some of it was out of bags and boards. It was just, in there without any protection in the box. And I asked them what they would take for the whole box, but they was like, he's got to make the decision on that. We can't do that.
I would say, I hope maybe at some point they'll realize that they need they need both. And if that happens, if I still haven't found anything, I would go back. But I said I'm at this point. I'm trying to get on. I think I'm going to try to get on a Fidelity because they have all kinds of different levels of employment, and their compound is real close to where I live.
Is that a bank?
It's an investment services. But I have a couple good friends that work there. Kid that used to work for us works there, and I said, and I have my night vision is brutal. I mean, I can't drive in the rain anymore at night. But this way, at least, it's very close to where I live. I could negotiate that, and then pretty much it'd have to be a blizzard to where I couldn't at least get that far. And I said, I've got some physical limitations at this point from, just like different health issues and being in my 60s, but and being too sedentary for too many years. But that's not a physical job, so that would be great if I could pull that off.
What about being a sportscaster?
Yeah, be nice if you could do it.
You can do it for a local school district.
Eric,
what's that, Jamie?
You draw Social Security?
I could. I'm eligible now, but I also have no retirement savings. Right. So if I started taking that, if I can somehow make it till I'm 70, I could probably make it on that because I don't have a mountain of debts. I just got my monthly expenditures. I'd never be able to travel or anything like that, like you see in all those cool old people that get to go all over the place. But if I start taking it now, I would literally have to work until I died. So that's.
Yeah. I didn't know if you were just looking to supplement your income or you needed a steady gig or something like that.
Yeah, unfortunately, the hole I've dug for myself, I really need to find something and work till I'm 70.
Yeah. That sucks, man. You should be able. Well, everybody should be able to tap out and be done with work at a certain period before 70.
Yeah, well, that's what my advice to those people would be: make better choices than I did.
Well, I mean,
but
learn a skill.
Yeah, let's see what Liberation Day turns out to be, because maybe. I don't know. We'll see.
All right, guys. Y'all have a good evening.
Take care.
Hopefully see you soon. Take care.
Let me see if my wife is texting. Kevin, have you heard from my wife or her friend?
No, but let me check if I got any messages from anybody.
Yeah.
Can you still hear me?
Yeah.
Hey, Eric, have you thought about crowdfunding a comic book, like writing a comic book? Like you could write a comic book. You know what I'm talking about? Like Cecil?
Yeah.
No, I don't have.
I mean, he just writes. He's not an artist. He's just able to, I'm not sure if that's, I'm sure it sounds like a pipe dream, but you seem to have the intellect and ability and creativity that you could maybe do that. You could maybe write I mean, who knows whether it could be financially advantageous, but it'd be something you could do. I think
Yeah,
you could
I
do
thought about it. I used to recreationally write. Um, you know, it was sort of like somewhere between a novelization and a comic because I don't have any structure because I never learned how to write comic books. And I would just write and write and write. And I've got probably over 10,000 pages up in my
Wow.
closet.
Well, that sounds
What?
interesting.
But, and
What
I
if
had
you?
an artist at one point, but he was unreliable. And then he, of all things, got interested in old time radio. And now he does old time radio dramas. It's his side gig.
For what? For where does he?
It's been so long that I can't remember the name. I need to contact
I
him
mean,
again because I haven't talked to him in years.
you're saying he sells recordings of them,
No,
or he
no,
makes
no.
his
He
own new
he
ones?
makes them. He's
Okay.
part of a group that does old time radio drama.
Okay. Like
And
on
he,
YouTube?
I think that's I think they do them as podcasts. Now this
Okay.
was I haven't talked to him in 3 or 4 years, so I don't remember. Actually, longer than that because last time I saw him, he came up and hooked up the microphone for me. So however long I've been doing YouTube is the last time I saw him. But yeah, and then I just kind of I mean, I think the plots are sound, but I don't know if it I don't know if it would really translate into a comic book or how much of it is I do remember I would come up with ideas and then I would see them like a month later on TV shows and stuff. So I get at least I'm on the right path.
Well,
But
what about, is there one, or are there some players that you know pretty much their story like the back of your hand, that you could write a comic book about a particular player, or write it not comic book but an actual book about baseball history or one person? I mean, maybe you could write a series of books. There's and bypass the comic people and go to the sports people.
yeah, those that field is very saturated
Right.
and pretty much anybody now for one thing, the all the you remember George Thorogood once said the reason why I do covers is all the great songs have already been written.
Yeah.
All the people that are worthy of having their life story told have been told multiple times. And how do you make that's the other thing. I said one of my favorite things is I love books that like cover a year of a team like the 57 Braves. They actually beat the Yankees when the Dodgers and the Braves were the only team that beat them in the 50s. They and their stories were fascinating, but who cares about a team where the backup shortstop makes 3 million and the last guy on the bench lives in a gated community? In these days, I said, my grandmother used to work in a department store with the Reds' best pitcher while he was the Reds' best pitcher.
Yeah.
Hell, just like a year before I was born, the Reds' first baseman sold season tickets in the off season. I mean, those make for fascinating stories, but they've all been told. And I don't think you're going to see many books written on modern athletes or teams because, it's just like I said, they're basically everything in life. And I'm not just kind of the hard work they had to put in to get there, but they've had every advantage, whether it's, AAU growing up, playing in all these specialized schools that are specifically designed to help the player become better at the sport that they're playing. And then, like I said, the only struggle these guys have are when they're in the low minors. But anybody that makes it in sports, it's not really compelling because they're just loaded from day one. But I said, I mean, I would love to do that because I said I'm fascinated by that, but You know, I said all the people that I'd want to do that to have already been done.
Yeah, it seems like you'd pick someone that wasn't famous, that never really fully made it, but maybe had a fascinating story, you know, or a life outside of the field, you know. I don't know. I just don't know. But
Yeah, I think at this point, I would like to find something. I'd like to find a job that is- that's separate from any of my interests, so
yeah,
I could maybe like enjoy those more because so that it not that this was the working at a comic book store was any like great living, but I mean it's like when when you're and I'm not gonna lie, when your job is your hobby, that doesn't suck. But I did notice like through the years of working in the record store. So I said, man, what a great job. You get to listen to music all day. Yeah. You wouldn't believe me if I told you this, but there are some times when you can be standing in that record store that's got thousands and thousands and thousands of used CDs and you can't find shit to play. Cause I said, you just, it's because it's just there all day, every day. And like when I get in my car to drive home, I'd turn on talk radio just to take a break from music. So I think I might enjoy my hobbies more if my job didn't entail one of them.
yeah,
Unless Kevin moves me out there and I become his Huckleberry, I'd do that. Um,
yeah.
Is Kevin there? Are you there, Kevin?
Well, I'm
Oh,
back.
he's there. Oh,
yeah, he was there when I said that. He said, "Fuck
Eric is
that."
applying for a job. He just got
All I
done.
heard was something. Heard something about a huckleberry or something.
I said,
Huckleberry.
I said, yeah, I want to get a job where it's separate from my hobbies, so I enjoy them more. I said, unless Kevin wants to move me out there and I'll be his Huckleberry. I said I would do that.
Yeah, I just don't have enough business to even hire anybody.
I, I,
I saw a
I
part of,
couldn't move across the street at this point.
I
yeah,
have people all the time ask me for a job. You're right. People always think that I just sit and read comics all day and then I can hire like 5
Yeah.
people.
Yep.
But yeah, it
Well, the
does kind of
problem
suck.
is, you'll understand this. You've got enough work to hire 5 people, but you just don't have the income to coming in
The
to
only
do it.
way he can make it
I
is
don't have
not
that
having
much money. I don't have that much money coming in.
Yeah, that's the problem with the record stores. I said Phil doesn't even have enough business to have me full time, and and we're family. So I mean, it's just it's
yeah.
and I'd like to get something that if I do my job well, I don't have to worry about it, or at least constantly worry about it disappearing one day. I mean, it's a place I know is going to be there tomorrow,
Right.
and next week. Hey, Greta.
Oh, she's there.
What happened?
Oh, my wife appeared in the chat. Oh my gosh. Firebird 88. I worked at a comic shop 1990 to 1993, and it really was glorious. I drew pictures and looked at books, and crazy discount. It was a glorious job. Well, that's when comics were really selling.
Yeah, people were buying short boxes of the same book.
Yeah.
She
That
says, I
would have been
can't
a
figure
great
out what to
time.
do. It's crazy here.
So,
How do you
Kevin,
mean it's crazy?
ask us, this week, I thought DC had 4 really, really good books and the worst thing they've ever published. So how did you do with the Harley Quinn Fartacular?
I sold out. I ordered 3 copies and barely sold out.
Oh, Justice League, Green Lantern, Superman, and Batman, I thought were all fantastic books.
I
It's just
felt
amazing.
sorry for each person. All the 3 people that bought that book, I felt sorry for all 3 of them.
Yeah, I just if they would if the half of that company that wants to do good work would have kept Jeff Johns, and they'd be publishing Ghost Machine through DC, and they wouldn't be doing shit like Fire and Ice, Welcome to Smallville, or whatever the hell that was, and have a Secret Six that talks about bottom surgery and fartaculars and stuff like that. DC could, I think they could overtake Marvel, because Marvel's just phoning it in at this point.
Yeah, Marvel, they haven't had a hit since
Ultimate Spider-Man.
Ultimate Spider-Man first came out. That was the last time they had a hit where people came in that haven't been in a comic shop in a long time. That was the first time. That was the last hit they had. And that was what, 2 years ago now at this point, or at least a year ago?
Well, they're on issue 15, so about 15 months now.
Well, Marvel has Venom with boobs now, so
they had that 30 years ago.
I know there was that one cover. I
Yeah.
remember seeing that, but now it's, I guess, going to be a continuing character. So isn't that exciting?
I don't know. They're relaunching Fantastic Four in the middle of a story with the same creative team.
Yeah, to get another #1 out. It's a jumping off point. It's not a jumping on point.
Your boy's been saying that for years, but nobody listens to me.
Well, I tell people all the time, I encourage them to jump off. You have to vote with your wallets. Like, we have to stop buying this crap.
Yeah.
Well, I guess the way to look at it is there's no such thing in fandom as a DC zombie. And I guess that's how Marvel can get, because obviously they don't pay anything. They don't pay royalties. They don't, like the books that sell in Europe, the creators get nothing over here. Their page rates are an abomination. So they're obviously not going to get any talent, worth a damn. DC does pay better. So there are better people working there. They do better books. And Marvel just grinds them into a fine paste every month. But neither are selling enough to even be noticed by their parent companies, which is probably why they just let the shit go that they do.
Yeah. Well, Meyer was showing us that DC started to do these smaller sized books that reprint their stuff that are more the size of manga. Which
and they're doing something called DC's Finest, where they're stepping up the reprint, because they're reaching back into the Silver Age.
Yeah, I was talking about that too, about how it's like a color version of the Essential or the Showcase.
Yeah, well, they've been doing those before, but they're starting to do them again. But will they ever do, like, they've done the first half of the Doom Patrol 2 or 3 times. The only time they've reprinted the second half was in an out-of-print omnibus. So will they, follow through? Because DC's real good at starting these and then kind of just letting them fade away.
So,
yeah, that was Batman 158, Steve. And I said, why? I guess that's a good marketing gimmick, but yeah, so and to me, it makes more sense than a variant cover on a facsimile.
Well, wait, there's a book the size of a treasury.
The Batman that came out this week, Jeff Loeb and Jim Lee, they're doing a sequel to a story from about 18 years ago.
Oh, Hush!
Yeah,
they made it treasury size.
The first issue, yeah.
No, it was bigger. It was bigger than Treasury. It was 11 by 17.
So what would that mean? Tabloid size, I guess?
Yeah, so maybe the Treasury was talking about was that Meyer knows. It's that Batman one with the Bernie Wright's and art in it.
Yeah, but aren't they? Yeah, they're reproducing the DC, limited editions and from the 70s.
Yes, they are.
Yeah. Oh, so I know that's what you're talking about. But the Batman that came out this week, yeah, they did one that was even bigger than that. And like I said, it's it's to me that's I kind of like that idea better than variant covers. Of course, they take up more space, but
I never read Hush, the first one. I guess people say it's good. Is that correct?
it was. But what I liked about the one that came out this week was they referenced the Joker fish from Englehart's run in the mid 70s, which is my favorite Batman story of all time. Yeah, the Strange Apparitions. And it was good. I mean, I've been around for so long that I don't worship at the altar of Hush like a lot of the younger kids do, because that's kind of their Ra's al Ghul saga that from the early 70s. If you've been reading Batman long enough, so they may have waited. If they had done this 5 or 6 years ago, they probably would have sold even more.
Yeah. So my wife's saying, "You're off the hook, Kevin. I can't believe those tickets sold." Well, it seems like they would
Of
the day
course.
before.
Yeah, now
But
everybody wants to go the day before. Yeah,
okay,
even
so
the day of. The closer it gets to the time of the show, the more people are going to want them.
she sold the tickets before you were gonna. She said, "Well, I'll give you the tickets, and you can go to the show." And you said you'd rather have a shirt than go to the show, just because. But you'd go
Well, yeah,
just so
so
you
she
didn't
had.
waste
I
your
would have
time.
won if she didn't have anybody to go with, but she's got a
Yeah,
friend to go with.
yeah. Well, yeah, she wanted with two pairs of tickets. So,
Yeah, I'd
uh,
rather. I've always been like that. I'd rather have the album than even go see the band.
my wife was on a rickshaw. Is that how they do Uber there? Uh,
They
I
do
don't
have
know.
those. Yeah, they have those in San Diego during Comic Con. We used to ride
Uh,
those. Be like a 3-wheel bicycle, and you get like 4 people on it on the back.
a lady took them to a Thai restaurant on a rickshaw.
You know what I saw
Uh,
today? When I was over in my friend's neck of the woods. There's a robot going down the street, um, in the like bike lane. I was like, "What the hell is this robot doing? Driving?" It was a little. I guess it was an Uber. It was transporting somebody's food in this little robot.
Delivery bot. They
oh,
had them
she's
in
gonna go to the concert in a rickshaw.
when I left, the cars and the delivery bots were showing up in my neighborhood.
My gosh.
Yeah, she's probably so close that she can just have someone ride them on their bike.
Kevin, is
Yeah.
there any way you could get, but you don't have to do this. Is there any way you could get them into your store? I know it's closed tomorrow to show them the store.
It wouldn't be hard to do that. I mean, it'd take me maybe 30 minutes to get to where they're at, and then 30 minutes back to my store.
Yeah, but you say you don't normally drive. You're like me. You just barely go more than like a mile at the most. I mean, would that be a? I don't want to inconvenience you horribly, but it would be cool.
The phone cut out. What'd you say?
I said it would be really cool if you could, but don't. If you're not used to making drives that far, don't feel like you're obligated. I mean, don't.
You know what
But
the
I'm
hardest
sure.
part is? Is
What?
getting everything out of the back of my car so that I'd have a
Oh, you're
third
not used to
seat.
having people in your car. I know that feeling. Oh
No,
boy,
I have a
yes.
car. The whole back of my car is full of the seats are down, and I have the paneling, the slat wall paneling
Uh-huh.
for a store. For a store, all the extra pieces are in the
Oh,
back of my car. I need to take them out of there, anyways, but I need to put them in my garage.
if they can figure out how to get an Uber to your store, could you meet them there?
Yeah,
Or
I mean, it's going to cost. I don't know how much an Uber is now, but I think it depends on what time of the day you go. They could even take
how,
a thing called a Waymo. It's a self-driving car.
oh shit. How far are they from your store, you think?
15 minutes.
Oh, okay. She's
Maybe
saying
20
the
minutes.
Thai food here is so good, but there's crazy ass people everywhere outside here. That's what Kevin's always been telling us. They like steal his packages and stuff. I like it here, sans the zombies, these poor people. Then Library 8 says, still haven't seen a delivery bot in the world yet. I still trip out when I see a police drone. Quite the odd spectacle.
Yeah, I've seen police drones, and I've never seen one of these delivery bots until today.
She says, should I have water? Look, she says, should I have water delivered from somewhere? That or I'm going to have to go out in the zombie apocalypse alone. Don't you have room service, or don't sometimes they have ice machines? Don't I mean, can't you? Well, she didn't like to drink water out of the tap, but you
I
might
know I
have to
wouldn't do it out there.
out here.
Don't drink that
Really?
water.
Is that bad? Can I take the light rail to get
No,
water?
don't go on that. Don't go on that light rail. No.
Okay. Thank you for warning her. She says, I took the light rail and I like it, and I had fun with the crazy people on there. LOL. Well, my wife's, she's used to living in Los Angeles. She says,
Oh,
there's ice. LOL.
yeah, it's
I had
probably
fun.
nothing compared to
She
Los
had fun
Angeles.
on the light rail. Well, yeah, but, oh man.
In the daytime on a weekend, it's cool because everybody else is using it. Normal people are using it on the weekend to go to events, but you don't want to use it during the week, in the
Oh,
day,
well,
or at
so,
night, or in the day. But at night in that area where she's at, every normal people use it.
okay. So she'd be safe on it right now, but not during the week. She's
Um,
not going to be there during the week.
it's just there's a lot of events in that area she's at, so
He
regular
says it
people
was
would
like
use
a
it.
party on the light rail, dude. Ha ha. But yeah, they were hella nuts. I wish she was filming all this. Uh, yeah. Well, are you going to this psycho bar, Cleo, Greta? Because if she did, that would be good if she could show it to us on the live stream.
Yeah, click the link. Click on the
Yeah.
link.
Um,
She's out in those streets.
well, but you've got to understand that Cleo has her friend who is ex-military. Who's she's her friend is really tall, and she's ex. She's like a bodyguard for. It's not like just two typical girls out. Her friend is you know could take on uh, a whole bunch. It's
It's
trust me,
nice to
she's
have a
tough.
girl like that around. I've dated a tall girl before. She was a volleyball player, taller than me, and I was cool with it because she was kind of imposing a little bit. I had no problem at the bar. So no one's going to try and pick on me with this girl standing next to me that's 5'10",
Yeah,
5'11".
think how hard a volleyball player could hit you in the face.
Yeah, she was big and athletic. Super. Her legs came up to like my rib cage when I would, what I mean, she was like this tall girl. Yeah, I'm cool with that. But yeah, I didn't feel. Yeah, I was not in. I wasn't like it was comfortable. Okay. That's the only time I dated a girl that was
She
that much.
says, "I'm also criminally insane." Ha ha ha! I'll be back. Uh, yeah, yeah. These are tough girls. Uh, they've
Yeah, so
they've
she could
probably been in a lot
film
more
and
fights than I ever have.
no one would hassle her for filming. Right?
Um, yeah, my wife requires water. I guess is it pretty hot there, Kevin? I guess that's a stupid question.
Yeah, it's hot. I
What
drink a ton of water just now too.
what is about? Do you know about how hot it is right now?
Let me see in the phone. What does it say? It says
128.
no.
I'm gonna guess 92.
I always love motels and hotels. The air conditioning, it always is so great in a,
Yeah,
especially
it's
those old.
72 right now.
Oh,
72 at night.
oh, it's 72. Okay,
It's
that's
perfect
comfortable.
out right now.
Yeah, it's comfortable. It's fine.
72. Well, that's still going to be too hot for her. uh, well, okay. So? How far is this? Wherever she's seeing Danzig from where she's at in this hotel?
Let me see.
Is a rickshaw? Isn't that where a person is the horse? Or am I
Yeah,
wrong? So it
yeah, but
can't be
it's
that
not.
far. If
They're on
somebody's
a
gonna.
bicycle. They're on a bicycle and it's geared to pedal
Oh,
real easy.
I guess I'm thinking of the 1800s when a guy on foot was the. No, it's a bicycle. That's not fair. They're supposed to run on foot to power it. Uh, okay, so all right.
Oh, it's at the. Okay, I got
Who's
the.
going to pull your rickshaw now, Mr. Trump?
Well, how far is this? How far is that theater arena, whatever it is, from your shop?
I'm gonna look it up right now.
Because maybe the rickshaw person could go to your shop and then take them to
Oh
the
no, they're not
concert.
gonna. They're not gonna ride a bike that far.
Oh, it's pretty far to get to that. Okay. Because she said the lady in the rickshaw was going to take them from the hotel to the concert. But is your shop out of the way? It's not like in a direct path.
And no, you have to jump on a freeway.
Oh shit! To get to your shop.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, rickshaw on a freeway. Yeah, that wouldn't be too good. They have the foot ones, rickshaws now in my hometown. Man, do you live in this country, Library 88? Uh, man,
I didn't
well,
even know they had rickshaws in Phoenix because I've only seen them in San Diego during Comic Con.
okay. So, you said Mesa and Phoenix are kind of the same place. Is that what you told me
Well, it's
once?
the Phoenix metropolitan area includes all these S- Scottsdale, Mesa, Tempe.
Okay, all right. So it's all one big megalopolis. There's
Yeah,
no, yeah. All right, that was what I was living in the Metroplex, Dallas, Fort Worth, Arlington, Irving, all of those places. I live in British Columbia, Canada, near Vancouver. Yes, he's told me that now probably 25 times, and I forget every time.
Yeah,
Every time, wow, you live
I
in
forget too.
Canada.
I forget
It's
too.
Alzheimer's is a wonderful thing because there's so many surprises and so many things that you learn over and over again. Yeah, my goodness. So, and I probably already asked him if he wants to become a state. So I probably want to ask him again because I'm sure I've asked him that before. Man, I really have no idea what's going on in the news today. I haven't seen anything today because I've been so busy. Is there anything? Apparently, Meyer was telling me that there, and I watched the link he sent me. Some ladies claiming that NBC has footage of Oswald standing there watching the motorcade, clearly not being the guy up there, which makes total sense. If you worked at the depository, you would go out and hey, let's just and all this stuff about the pyramid and all these weird c- cylindrical things coming down from it for a couple of miles. I mean, it's like, oh, there's a lot of very interesting historical stuff happening that people. It's a weird. It's a very interesting time to be alive, man.
yeah. She's only a half mile from the theater. from
Oh
her
yeah, well
hotel.
that's probably why my wife's very intelligent. I mean, even though she married me, and so she chose the hotel obviously to be close. Okay, but she didn't choose it to be close to your store. I just would like her to see your store. She'll be the first one to actually meet you in person if we can finagle it. But she'd probably have to get an Uber to go to your store, and then you'd have to be there to meet her, even though you're closed. So I don't know how to work that out, man. Or I just don't want to. I don't want to inconvenience you.
Oh no, it's not an inconvenience to me. It's real
Uh,
easy.
uh, because if she went in there and filmed with her phone your store, it would be the first high definition footage we have of your store. Because when you broadcast through StreamYard, it's standard definition is the way you don't get high definition
No, I think my
quality
phone's like
through.
5 years old. I have like a 5-year-old phone too.
Yeah, so she's got a brand new phone, so that video will be spectacular. She just got to make sure she doesn't get your face because your trademark is to never show your face. But you could wear one of your masks. That would be funny.
Yeah.
What would be the best mask to wear? It's like we're going to see Kevin for the first time.
I
Well,
still
actually,
like the idea of that the Zagoni ice stock alien mask. I like the idea of doing an ad for the shop where every customer and Kevin all have that mask on, but you only need two people to film the whole thing. You just change their shirts and put them in different places
yeah,
when you do the ad. So everybody has that mask. So it looks like
that's
everyone.
great. That's a great idea.
There's a guy
But,
coming out on Friday filming a commercial at my shop, and he's from the Phoenix Film Festival guy.
well, maybe you could
And
suggest ideas
he
like the
also,
customers will be wearing
you know what's cool
masks.
about him? He went to a clown school. And
Yeah.
I told him, well, the other guys that did the commercial for my store, they're also clowns.
That's insanity. But the clowns that I know, I tried contacting them yesterday, and because they've got a punk rock band now, and yeah, that sounds pretty good. I've heard them, and I said, well, could you come on the show and perform some songs? And they thought they would damage the microphone; they would be too loud for it. And I said, well, just come on and talk about your new projects and the band, and but I don't think they saw that message, so I was starting to plead, but hopefully they'll come on.
And
uh,
from the theater to the shop, it's 18 miles, 24-minute drive.
ooh, that would be pretty. What is that in Uber money? That's a lot of money, isn't it? Probably 30,
New
forty
Uber money,
dollars
probably. Yeah. But hey, she could take the light rail. Like if she wants to take the light rail, it goes like right to the store almost.
Is that the one you just said she shouldn't do, or it's okay on weekends?
It's okay on the weekend
Well,
during the day.
Okay.
I think it's okay on the weekend because there's so many things going on down.
Yeah,
Well,
people are going
if it's
shopping and
Sunday
going to
morning,
shows.
it's just people going to church, right?
I don't
Whatever.
know.
Fentanyl
Yeah, there's
people
a
are
lot of
still
tourists.
asleep on Sunday morning, right?
There's a lot of tourists in town.
So is it like a lot of these major areas, fentanyl people everywhere? Is that what I'm gathering?
It seems like it. I don't venture out too far, but yeah, it seems like.
Well, you can spot them because their heads are down by their ankles. Like I guess the blood rush to their heads, or so, and they somehow seem to not fall down. I don't know what it is, but it's horrific. Do
Yeah,
you
it
see a
doesn't look
lot of
comfortable.
fentanyl people in Kentucky, Eric?
What's up?
Do you see a lot of fentanyl people where you're at?
Nah, we're in the bland part of the country.
I've yet to see
Right,
my
Coco?
first fentanyl person. I feel like I haven't lived yet.
When your public wants to see you.
You know what? They look like rollaway mattresses. Remember when you get to the motel and you need an extra mattress and they bring you a rollaway? That's what these fentanyl people look like. They look like a rollaway. They move like rollaways.
Well, wait, what are these people talking
So
about here?
listen, I lack empathy. I lack empathy.
Someone's saying, "Hey, oh, did you show your cat, Eric?"
Trying to, but she,
But I can't see anything. So let me give
Yeah,
you
and
a
also, how
silhouette.
old
yeah,
is
she
she?
just jumped off.
What's her name?
I
Go
saw a
get back over
comment.
here.
Oh, she's a beauty, and I thought,
Your
oh,
public wants to see you. Jump back up here one more time. Come on.
will the cat let you pick it up?
Yeah, but
The cat can't claw you anymore.
no, but yeah, she doesn't particularly like it. But really,
She a
I had a
calico?
cat that was declawed,
yeah,
and
it's calico.
my first cat was declawed by the previous owner, and people, say that that's cruel. That it's like if you cut off our fingers to like the first knuckle or something. That's what it's kind of like. But
Well,
uh,
she's an indoor cat. She does
yeah,
not
as
go
long as she
outside.
doesn't go outside, everything's cool. But apparently, it's still people consider it still kind of cruel. She has a cute meow. I think I heard her, says
Yeah,
library.
I've never heard a cat that sounds quite like this one. It's a
Yeah.
he's fun, but like I said today she's just I don't know. Like I said, maybe the novelty's wearing off for her. But
Well, yeah, they don't just all just say meow. My cat Pete sounded like a Jawa, and this cat Alan, if he's upset, will cry like a human. And when he first showed up in our backyard, and my wife, got him and brought him in, and he was a little kitten. My wife asked him what his name was, and he said Alan. And so he got his name. Uh, so
well, gentlemen, I'm going to jump off here. Yes, if the auction was over before, no, it was not. I just left.
oh, you did? Oh man, what was
they
there anything interesting in it?
they actually had he had a decent amount of Silver Age stuff tonight.
Yeah.
Nothing spectacular, but yeah, for his auction, there was actually some. I mean, for the age wise, it was a little better than usual.
I caught
So
about 15 minutes of it, and there was
yeah,
plenty of stuff that looked good
thanks
to
for stopping
me.
by.
I saw like multiple different tiers that looked good. Yeah.
Well, I'll watch it on a replay. It sounds interesting. Yeah, he'll have really great stuff that will pop up. Yeah, it's much better than most auctions or claim sales you see. It's pretty good odds. It's just
I love comics.
Yeah,
yeah, it
there's
sounds.
still
I love comics.
the auction's over, but they're still yapping. So I'll sneak back in and see if I just it, I was baseball season just started. The final or the Elite Eight was going on, and I was kind of like not really paying attention to the auction. And another guy showed up that so they really didn't need me for that. So I took advantage of it, and I just came. I happened to see that you were live and turned on for a second, and had to answer the Charles Rocket response. So
Well, you're there mainly to give information about comics that makes them
yeah,
enticing to the buyers, right?
yeah, but yeah, I've also been doing it for 6 or 7 years, every Saturday, and I'm kind of getting a little, But
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, I didn't do it last Saturday, and not gonna lie, it was nice. Um, yeah, but yeah, I'll go over and say hi to them before they sign off. But
And
gentlemen, thanks for having me on. And
yeah, how is the health scare? Is okay now?
oh, they ordered a CAT scan. They're going to call me when they can fit me in. The doctor didn't seem to be overly concerned. I would just like to find out why I have no energy. That's what
So
Um,
because the last time you came on, it had happened a few hours before, and
yeah,
so there's
the
really
Saturday
been no
before. Yeah,
progress except you don't have as much energy.
yeah. Well, I haven't had much energy for a while.
Oh, okay. All right.
And I said hopefully hopefully that'll be able to tell me something. It feels like I need to get like something feels like something's like maybe clogged a little bit there. Doesn't feel like anything too major, but but we'll find out. I'll keep you guys updated. But they said we want to see you 37 years from now. So it's like, okay, so it must not be if nobody's saying we got to get you in here right now. But I said I would just like to know why. I just like why my to quote Aerosmith, why my get up and go got up and went. So,
Well,
anyway.
thanks for coming on. I really appreciate it.
Thanks for having me on. I'm sure I will see you guys soon.
All right, cool.
Good
Thank
night.
you.
See ya.
Thomas Fairfowl is here. Gratu and Kevin. If Greta can't get to see GCC any other way, I can
City
help.
Comics.
Oh, I didn't know what that was. I thought he meant CGC. She's not going to be slabbing any comics. Okay, I can help. It's a bit difficult just now, but if there's Gotham City, it's just now. Oh, your store. Pretty tired. I can help. It's a bit difficult just now, but if there is no other option, I can provide transportation. Give me a call, Kevin, please. All right. Well, he lives in another city, but he's there locally because his sister's in the hospital or something. Is that what I'm gathering?
Yeah, it's easier for it. That's he's going out of his way. It's easier for me just to go pick him up.
Oh, yeah. Well, um, but if he did it, then he gets to meet them too.
Oh,
Maybe he wants.
if he wants to meet.
Yeah, well, why don't you guys talk and figure it out? I really love for her to be able to go to your store and mainly, maybe we could do a stream from your store tomorrow or something. I don't know. Or
Mhm.
maybe she could film something in your store that you could use on your channel, with her high-tech phone. And I don't know.
I want to get a drone now after watching these guys fly this drone tonight. It
Yeah.
was insane what they were showing me on this screen. It has a high definition camera. They were flying this drone 400 feet in the air and 6 miles away from the house. And we were looking at the city night lights at night. He went over to the supermarket. He's like, let's go drive over to the supermarket and look down and see these people and see them trip out.
How far can you fly the drone and maintain control of it?
Like 6 miles. You can go 6 miles out and 400 feet up.
He couldn't. That's too far to like have flown it over your store, though, right?
Oh, from where he was just at? Yeah.
Well, yeah,
I, I think I was like maybe 15 miles or longer away from.
but the
No,
guy
but he
that's
was
coming.
flying. He was flying like 400 feet up and then going 6 miles out. But it wasn't. He couldn't go to my house.
But if the
That was
guy
too far.
that's doing your commercial Friday could get access to a drone, then you could get overhead shots of your
I
Yeah.
store.
was
That's
thinking that
cool.
too, to make it look like a crane shot, but instead it would be a drone shot that would
Yeah.
start at above the shop and then go up, out, and right. So you'd see the blue store, right? And yeah, it could be really
Mhm.
cool.
Well, it sounds like Jeff, also known as Thomas, would like to meet my wife. So that and her friend, she's got her cool friend with her too. Yeah, they're really neat people. Well, that would be great
Yeah.
if you guys could all
You
get
want to do
together.
that? That's fine. Yeah, I'll go on. I'll go to the store, unlock it anytime,
Okay.
day or
Well,
night.
I don't know if I'm just keeping you guys up late. I'm about to fall on my face asleep. So maybe you could call Jeff now and talk to him about figuring this
I
out.
can.
I don't know what
I
time.
can give her. I can give her his phone number if he's okay with
Oh,
that. I can,
I think he would be. I don't think she's going to be
yeah.
prank calling him. Uh, okay, yeah, you've got Cleo's number, I assume.
I have Jeff's number. I can wait. I can. Yeah, maybe I don't have. You'll just send me her number, and then I can.
Oh, I send
Or
you
no,
her
just I'll
number.
just give. Yeah, you just send me her number, and then I'll send it to Jeff.
Oh, okay, sounds good. Yeah, all right, that sounds great. Well, I think I probably should get to sleep. I'll do some streams tomorrow. It'll be yeah, and I may do a paranormal stream here tonight.
Oh, good idea. Watch that
Maybe.
movie, The Innkeepers. Watch that movie on Amazon Prime, The Innkeepers. It's
Yeah,
really
yeah.
good.
You sent the link. Yeah, yeah, because my wife keeps saying I want to watch movies with you, and I always fall asleep. So, but she keeps talking about this Jodorowsky movie she's been wanting to see for years, and it's like, I want to see this movie, and I get home from work, and I can't stay up for movies.
Just
But
fall asleep. Yeah.
anyway, all
All
right,
What
right.
did you
sounds
guys think
good.
of those monsters? Which one did you like the best? Did you like that shark? That was from an actual movie,
Yeah,
Shark.
007.
yeah,
That ogre dude looked amazing. That big ogre with the giant
yeah.
hands. And yeah, that was great.
That's the one that it seems like a lot of them had like they were like they had heads and then they had skeleton bodies. That's what I kind of remember. But the ogre one really impressed me. Yeah.
His werewolves are like that. They almost look like they're starving werewolves a little bit,
Oh, okay. Yeah.
like crazy, like they have rabies or something. They look like crazy werewolves.
Yeah. Well,
Not your
like
typical
Radiate
werewolf.
says, Holy Mountain. Yeah. No, Holy Mountain and El Topo are movies I've seen decades ago. Same with her. It's some new Jodorowsky movie from 10 years ago. She wants to see and it's like somehow I've kept her from seeing it. I like Jodorowsky, yeah, but I don't know what movie she wants to see. I don't know his latest movies. Uh, yeah.
I'm
Oh
gonna get a
well.
Dr. Jekyll um, mask and a Lurch mask from him.
Uh, from the guy tonight.
Yeah, I didn't show
So
you guys those, but when I went in, we went into this other room and we were looking at all these masks that he has molds to from like these famous masks he owns molds to.
when you say Lurch, are you talking about the Ted Cassidy '60s Lurch?
Yeah, it's the best Lurch I've ever seen sculpted.
Oh wow.
Oh, that sounds good. How much? Well, I don't know if you're supposed to tell prices, but how much? Can you tell
He
how much
usually
that Lurch?
charges for a Lurch bust. It's
Yeah.
usually like he charges like $400 for that.
So it would be a bust that's filled with where it's not a wearable mask, but it's a prop, a
Yeah,
bust painted bust.
life size. So it's pretty big. Yeah.
So it would have eyes,
Eyes and teeth and
and it
everything.
would look just like the Ted Cassidy Lurch.
hmm Yeah. When
Oh,
you style,
are are
I would style the hair to look exactly like that.
do you have a picture that you could send us of that?
Let, let me see if I have one.
I would. That's something I would love. I love the Adams Family, the real Adams Family from the '60s. Uh, Damn, that's cool. So I'm
Picture. Can you hear me? I sent you a picture, but it's the one I sent you is painted a little different than the one I'm gonna actually get.
oh, okay.
I
Let me
think I'm
take
gonna get one. I think the one I'm gonna get it might have white hair instead of black hair.
did you send it to me on whatever that's called, Instagram?
No text message.
Oh, let's see. It hasn't gotten to me yet.
Yeah, he had two of them. I only took a picture of one of them.
Oh, there it is. Oh, okay. Yeah, that does look like Ted Cassidy, but it's been paint. It looks kind of like Ted Cassidy and Tales of the Zombie had a baby,
Yeah,
though.
yeah. It'll be
Let's
the
see.
other one was painted better. I should have took a picture of the other one.
Uh, I mean, it facially, it looks like. Hold on. I guess I should show people what I'm talking
Yeah,
about. Hold
the
on.
sculpture is awesome. It's not paint, but the paint. Yeah, you're right. The paint isn't perfect, but it'll be painted different than that.
Yeah, you could paint that sculpture to look right. Also, the hair needs to
Yeah, the
be
hair will be
blonde.
different. The hair will be
Uh,
white and it'll be styled.
okay, so I'll show. Okay, I've downloaded it. So this is what he's talking about. I could see that being that sculpture could be repainted and given blonde, blonde or white, hair. I guess it would be blonde. It's a black and white show, so it's either blonde or white. But it's or I I don't. I think that you could do that with that mask, but yeesh. Oh well.
Yeah, that one's
Yeah.
painted like a zombie, like a dead zombie.
Oh, so it wasn't really, that was the lurch mold, but painted to be something else. Okay.
Yeah, kind of like a zombie paint job.
Okay. So what about the, did we, did you say you could go into a cave on his, in his backyard and it looks like Pirates of the Caribbean inside or something?
Yeah, but I can't really get you can't really get to it right now. He's expanding all that.
Oh, I see. Well,
Well, he's
so what I,
building some crazy stuff over there
all
because they're
right.
making
So,
movie sets. They're gonna start making movies like
yeah.
real Abbott and Costello.
Oh, really? Yeah.
Yeah,
This is a cool
movies over
guy.
there.
Now, well, I'll tell you what. I'm going to end the show. You guys stick around for just a couple minutes, and we'll talk for a couple minutes after the show, and then we'll go our ways. Anyway, goodbye, everybody. What a wonderful time we've had. It's just
Good
so
night, guys.
great. Oh
Thanks
my
for watching.
gosh, I can't believe it. How do I end this show? I forgot already. All right, there we go.